Good morning, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to welcome you all at the WEPs Forum 2021. This year, it is a 100% virtual event. My name is Gabriela Augusto, and I will be your host throughout the event. Well, as I've mentioned, I'm Gabriela Augusto. I'm a trans woman, I'm Black, and I'm also the founder of Transcendemos, a company, a consulting company with diversity and inclusion. The WEPs Forum, sponsored by the European Union, is in its 4th edition. And for the second time, we are hosting our event at the Win-Win event, Equality Mean Good Business, a partnership of the World Organization and the European Union. Since 2018, sponsors the event. The program is present in 6 countries: Argentina, Brazil, Chile, Costa Rica, Jamaica, and Uruguay. Besides promoting equity, gender equity, and race equity as a tool for business and foster intersectionality in the organizational culture, this year, the event also shares how important women empowerment is to recover the current COVID-19 crisis. To empower women is an opportunity to restore economy, society, and political system, and also find equality without leaving nobody behind. It's good for women, business, and economy development. So the WEPs Forum 2021 is an opportunity to reinsure the commitment with an equal future, and also a call for engagement in transformation. So women and the whole society will benefit from all that, just like men. And empower women is not only the most fair decision, it's also the most intelligent decision for economies and the industry. We all know that companies that have women in leadership positions, they have a better performance and attract more talent than other companies. Countries with less inequality have a larger growth in their GDP, and gender equality reduces poverty and foster revenue distribution in an equal manner. Countries with less inequality are more peaceful and democratic. In 2010, ONU Women, United Nations Women, they created the platform for women empowerment, WEPs, that aims at contributing to women empowerment in communities, market, and business. The WEPs allow companies to reach gender equality and also achieve the global development principles. The WEPs are the platform for the win-win program. Gender equality means good business. The WEP forums was organized in panels, interviews, and presentations in the WEPs, and the connection with sustainable development. We hope the forum will contribute to inspiration and progress of each companies that are following us today. We believe in the collaboration of countries and companies in Latin America, Caribbean, and Europe. Aligned with the second principle, we aim at supporting companies, presenting the practices that were successfully implemented, learning points, challenges, and opportunities. I invite you all to use the hashtag we have at the panel, hashtag WEPs Forum 2021. We had more than 1,500 people enrolled for our forum. In the virtual format, we have a room for talk separated by the WEPs. In the website, you have an option that is called networking rooms, and it is just a timeline for social networks. You can ask questions, make comments, and interact as you wish. We invite you all to use such space to get in touch with other companies and other participants who are here today. Each speaker will talk in their own language, Portuguese, English, or Spanish. And here at the website, you have the chance to choose the language in which you prefer to listen to the event. We thank the interpreters that are here today in our studio to assure that everything is translated to you. After all this housekeeping notice, I would like to open the forum and invite 4 representatives for this moment. I would like to welcome the representatives who are online today with us. Are you all here? Maria Rosa Sabbatelli from the United Nations Delegation. And Mr. Vinícius Pinheiro, Sub-Director and also Regional Director of Latin America from the World Organization of Labor. And Mr. Carlo Pereira, Director Executive of the Global Pact. I would like to invite Maria Rosa Sabbatelli to welcome us all, thanking once again the European Union who's sponsoring this event. Thank you. Can you hear me? Great. Good afternoon, everybody. And it's a great pleasure to be here in this forum. I would like to thank, first of all, Maria Noel and Vinícius for the collaboration with United Nations Women, and also thank all colleagues who are here and made this forum possible. And also, I would like to thank Carlo Pereira from the Pacto Global. This forum is also a great chance to thank and also mention what we have learned with this program that we started 3 years ago. And we are finishing our first phase. For me, it's quite thrilling because it's part and we were witness of the whole win-win program since 2017 together with our colleagues from Brussels. And we decided to gather ourselves with the United Nations to somehow reinforce gender equality globally. Globally, because Win-Win has a program that is has another program that is called the UN Power that talks about women in North America. And in the preparation of this project, it was accepted by the European Union that so far had talked about gender equality and other aspects. The decision was to concentrate in an important part, the economic empowerment of women. And the Win-Win project that was in the beginning we were deciding the activities, and the focus is a dream. And our dream was to achieve something that we couldn't describe as the results of a project or the activity. This is somehow something that has a huge value. And what we wished was that in these meetings, activities, workshops, and networks that we have implemented during our last 3 years, we could make a miracle. That is to change the way we think. Something quite subtle. And this is something that we cannot do just planning. It's something that happens inside each of us. It's a magical moment that makes a click, and we can have this joy from this new way we think. Something that we would like to live, mainly in the private sector in both sides of the Atlantic Ocean. The change from abroad, the external changes start with internal changes. And changing the way we think as women is the most important part. Us, ourselves, we have to think in a different manner. We have to separate ourselves from the external conditions, from what we have heard since we were children, connect to ourselves and have this personal point of view and act and take and make our dreams come true. And we know women talk, hear a lot of things that it's not possible, they won't be able to achieve or anything. But with this program, we expect to overcome these barriers. Sometimes not only mental barriers, and change the way we think. So we will be thrilled with our achievements. Just like in another event, a businesswoman from Costa Rica, she was able to send her first pepper package to Germany, and was able to invite other women that somehow got touched by her excitement and her happiness, and help women to move with their projects forward. This shift in the way they think, it starts with an experience, and such experience is the one that work with learning and everything. They are the ones that allow us to think about ourselves. And the win-win program is a way of achieving experience. More than 20,000 businesswomen are impacted by our project. And those who took part, and we have more than 800 programs, were able to go through an experience that one way or another made them become better businesswomen. And this has taken new experience and allowed them to discover themselves, understand what they are able to do. They've heard inspiring stories from other women, and they saw all that as a possibility. We expect this win-win experience, this win-win program will leverage your programs and allow you to achieve your dreams. And considering all that, we have a shift in the way we think in the society. More than 900 companies have committed themselves with the empowerment principle in the WEPs of our program. More than 1,000 people enrolled to this event today. And I would like also to add that we have different points. I have to believe in my company, review the way I think. So the changes are not only in the private sector, but us as the European Union, we had a great learning point here. We all who are part of the program, not only individually, but also as an institution. We learned as an institution that to help grow what is human and economic is quite important. We are responsible for making the whole potential of women come true in order to improve society and the world. Just like this pandemic that we are going through, Women has to be heard and supported in their position. So from our point of view, we have to be green, we have to be balanced with our environment, something that is sustainable and with a long-term point of view, different from what we had. So it's important to have a forum like this one today. And together we will be able to see our future and also how the European Union, the United Nations Women, how can we help with that? So I would like to help you all, and I would like to ask the private sector to continue with their commitment of gender equality. We cannot go back, only move forward together. Thank you, Mrs. Maria Rosa. Now I would like to invite Mrs. Noeza to greet the audience. Welcome. 2,000, more than 2,000 people we have connected. This is an amazing result, as Maria Rosa mentioned, for this amazing, amazing moment. So it's a great moment. Welcome you all from UN Women to open this WEPs Forum. So it's amazing. Although regardless the pandemic, we are separate, but thanks to the technology, we were able to create this alliance with all the United Nations, the European Union, and all the support from the European Union. So, mission accomplished in such an important program that is the win-win program. Gender equality means good business. So I would like to greet Maria Rosa Sabbatelli for being representative of the European Union here in Brazil, for everything they have supported us in the process, and about such an important topic that is gender equality. We've learned a lot during this pathway, how to get to know ourselves, understand that gender equality is not only in the international institutions, but we have to implement that in the society. So the society will understand the importance of such principles to win more. Not only in the ethical side, about human rights, and stopping discrimination, prejudice, generating equality. And the most important part for the sector, the private sector, is that they will win more. And that's why we have so many people here today. So I would like also to greet Mr. Carvalho Pinheiro, the Regional Director of OIT, and Carlo Pereira from the Pacto Global, Global Pact. It's a pleasure. We have worked together, and the United Nations brings lots of benefits with our programs. So I would like to thank you all, the entire team of the WEPs that works in the private sector. This is a forum that is essential to all of us because it relates the WEPs with all the amazing speakers that we are going to have during those 2 days from the entire Latin American and Caribbean and also Europe. This joint venture that we are starting with our program will evolve. And this is amazing. We will continue talking, expanding our knowledge in order to achieve gender equality in a way that I believe no country have achieved so far. So this is an event to update and get to know better the practices for gender equality and also empowerment of women and construction of working environments that are diverse, inclusive, and respectful. The United Nations Women considers that this is something strategic to have a more equal society and also more democratic, because we are more than 50% of our population. But we need to claim our space. We need society to give us this space. And that's the diversity that is also present in all the business sides, purchase, sales, and everything. We make decisions in more than 70% of the time. So it's important to have in companies, in the hands of the decision makers, women, in order to foster inclusion and diversity and understand how the market works. So this women economic empowerment that you know so well, it's something that is known by the WEPs, and the entire environment is about how we can live the gender equality, how we can implement that. And we have Argentina, Brazil, Chile, Costa Rica, Jamaica, and Uruguay, and with the program Win-Win that has achieved so much. First of all, I would like to reinforce the networks of population between companies that are led by women. And regardless of the pandemic that has brought terrible consequences, sanitary, political, social, and economic problems, it shows that if we work aligned with technology, we are able to triple what we have been doing. And this is what will allow us to overcome this and generate revenue. So we also have to reinforce the competencies of companies, organizations, in order to exchange knowledge. We cannot live isolated. So to exchange good practices, principles, is something that has supported genders to understand better and adapt faster. And we also have to innovate in relation to this subject. We know that the financial support does not achieve most women. And we have to eliminate in this set of results. So we have all three areas. And Maria Rosa mentioned a couple of minutes ago, and I would like to tell you that we have more than 21,000 women who are business women, and they took place in programs to have better opportunities in being hired and perform joint ventures. We have more than 200 events that were organized or supported, and more than 30 of those events focused on the COVID-19 pandemic. Many companies have signed the WEPs, the empowerment principles, and that starts with that step ahead for companies to have gender equality. So I hope we will be able to continue with that in the future. So I call the European Union to see us as an effective partner in this pathway. And also, we will be able to contribute to the societies of such region. Our relationships with the private sectors, the way we get to know better each other's, because the United Nations system has a great number of methodologies and elements that the private sector needs to get to know and manage. And the private sector is the one that manages the business of countries. So it's been a great marriage, this work with all institutions working as a team, generating alliances with more sustainable environments. And we have the inclusion of unions and many other organizations that are key to implement the success of the program. We have expected, as Maria Rosa mentioned, this change that will take us to eliminate any bias that we may have. So women and men will have the same opportunity in private sector. The Win-Win program has confirmed that thanks to the generosity of the European Union, it is possible to articulate the private sector and bring important results. In the gender equality is essential. Gender equality is essential for the recover after such crisis, and also to have more educational groups in order to have improvements in our lives. So we could eliminate poverty. And one thing that we should not forget is that poverty is in our region. We thank more than 2,100 people who have enrolled for the forum today. And I would like to thank the United Nations Women Group and the entire team that has organized such a great event. Representatives from United Nations Women, European Union, and everybody to move forward the program, because we have to know that we should be led by a principle that without a gender equality, we have no future. Without understanding climate change, we won't have a planet. If we don't have gender equality, we won't have a better world. So we need to focus every single day in what is necessary and move obstacles so women will understand better how they are going to achieve gender equality with concrete actions. We are committed to support the impact, and we hope that in the following year we will have more women that will start to lead such companies in the board, in high positions. So I would like to thank you all, and I wish a great event. So thank you very much. Thank you, the Global Pact, European Union, and all companies that are here today. Have a great day.
Thank you, Ms. Maria Noel and Vinícius Carvalho de Pinheiros. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be together with you in this forum. And this forum is a reaffirmation, it's a demonstration to reaffirm the commitment that we have with an equal future. So I would like to thank Maria Noel, Maria Rosa, the two Marias that have led us during this whole time, not only changing the way we think, Maria Rosa, but also to think about to change the way that we have operated. I'd also like, it's a pleasure to share this space with Carlos Pereira, who is an executive for Brazil, and also in the 2030 agenda. Or 1018, which is the commitment that everybody has in a development that is inclusive for Latin America and that is centered on people. So we know that the companies that generate employment in the regions, our commitment is very enthusiastic, and we would like to thank all of the Latin American companies and the Caribbean as well who got together with these principles to empower women to get equal gender aspects, and also according to the OIT and rules, equal salaries, and maternity leave against violence, and also the work related to access to care. These are very powerful instruments for the change in culture of the organizations of the companies, so changing the way they think and the way that they operate. So in these topics, we have been analyzing this in Geneva, so based on gender and all of the parties, because we have several delegates in this conference. And in general, the director in his In his speech, he said it was a catastrophe in terms of labor, more than the crisis in 2008. So you can imagine that if for the world it was a cataclysm, for our region that was harmed a lot, it was a nuclear disaster. And especially with regard to the groups of women and the young people and the more vulnerable groups. We say that in Latin America and in the Caribbean, we have a decline in terms of gender equality because people connect with the economy and with their units through the labor, which is a vertebral axis in terms of social connections. So we know that the impact of the pandemic in the labor area in Latin America, we have 3 million women simply disappeared from work during the pandemic, and this is because of the way there's because of a greater presence of females in commerce as well. There's more informal work being done amongst women, and also within the context of informal work, domestic sectors, and also because of the difficulties in conciliating the work together with the domestic responsibilities inside the home. So many of the women who left these working places, they left the labor force. It's not because they were looking for opportunities, as is usually the case. In this case, there was a contraction of the labor force, and for us it was a socio-economic disaster, and it was a great waste of talent and capacities that are so necessary for us to be able to leave the crisis. The program, the more complex program, considering the recovery phase that we've already seen, that we are looking at in different countries, since the start of last year and this year as well, and the work that is coming back, favoring mainly men and people who are wealthier. So when we talk about contagion and the measures that can become a barrier for women, increasing those gender spaces. So in the win-win spaces, we can see that the economic crisis had a higher impact on the micro and medium-sized companies where most of the women work. And inside the deliberations of the conference, we have a document that is going to be very important in terms of recovery and also inclusion of people, especially when we talk about gender equality, when we talk about the win-win program that we're very proud of in terms of the outcomes in the European Union and in the UN. So I believe that we have a great agenda in terms of fighting against gender inequality in the labor places, and this is part of the groups that constitute laborers and the workers, these organizations that are very important in terms of participation. And this program had a huge impact in the countries because you have sustainability of the plans, equality of gender. This has changed the profile of the practices of the organizations so that they can become more egalitarian and increasing the number of entrepreneurial women in the boards. Besides that, I think that one of the great successes has been the promotion of dialogue and best practices amongst women in Latin America and the Caribbean and in Europe. So over here we're talking about not only best practice experience, but also inspiration and business. And there has been lots of business opportunities that became concrete as from the program, and we're very proud of it. So I would like to invite you to the next event of the European Union that is going to be on the 22nd of July and focusing on business. And we would like to in June, have some lines directed to counseling of families and laborers. So I would like to say that this event says everything. There's commitment of an egalitarian future, and this is what we're working for in terms of gender equality. So work is going to be a precondition for the future, a more inclusive future and a more sustainable one. Thank you very much, and I hope that you will enjoy this panel we have. Thank you very much, and now we have Dr. Carlos for his welcome words. Good afternoon, thank you very much, and I would like to say hello to Maria Rosa, Maria Noel, and Vinícius, and it's great to be able to talk to everyone. So good morning, good afternoon to everyone, to all those who are with us, more than 1,000 people to talk about this subject and to talk about empowerment, female empowerment. So the first thing I wanted to comment on, the last one to speak, so it's easier, because all those who spoke before, they've said a lot about the power of how this pandemic has affected our region. Everyone, especially our region. So I would like to remind you that women, as usual, unfortunately, they were disproportionately in all senses, because they lost more employment. There was the problem of, let me just ask, because I'm frozen here. My screen is frozen. We can hear you. You can continue because we can hear you, Carlos. Am I back? Can you hear me, Mr. Carlo? Yes, I can hear you well. We can hear you too, and we can see your image again. Please continue. Okay, great. Sorry about that. And what I was saying is that we need to have a view and remember that the women were affected unproportionately. So women, for example, we have to remember that women, black women were affected even more, and the trans black women were affected even further. So we have to be very clear, because unfortunately in our world, in our region mainly, every diversity marker is another weight on the person's shoulders. Unfortunately, that's the truth, and it's very clear that we always have to look carefully, and we always have a view to be able to take the necessary measures in each of the 8 points. That's very important. What Win-Win has been doing, so looking at the WEPs, they are combating these issues of lack of insertion in women in the labor market. So Maria Rosa and Maria Noel talked about the numbers, very strong numbers, and definitely, but we're still very far from getting to parity, to any kind of reasonable aspect when we talk about insertion of women in the labor market. So this is something we have to take into consideration, and the concern we have is that the numbers that were coming in very slowly, so very slowly and always improving, but this year, according to the Bank of America and also according to the World Economic Forum, these numbers went down again. The number of women in the labor market and women in leadership positions, because it's no use just providing access to women. It has to be clear that we need to have more women in powerful positions positions in terms of leadership. So this is essential for us to be able to change this game. And in this sense, I'm going to, not in Latin America, but in Brazil, definitely I am representing all of the region as well, and maybe the world as well. When we talk in Brazil about entering the labor market, we're talking about having a certain parity. We're talking about almost 52% of women being represented there. But as we go up in this pyramid, this goes down a lot. So managerial positions, we're talking about 30% or so, and we get to CEOs or board members, we're talking about 10 to 12%. So inside the research that we did, sometimes it's 10%, sometimes it's 12%. And this, of course, is something that we have to work on. And what I wanted to bring to you, this is WEPs, and we've been working on it a long time, and it's very powerful for us to work on that, but the numbers are improving very slowly, and now it's gotten worse. So we have to go back to having the inversion of this curve, and we have to improve a lot. And in this sense, what I really believe in, I've been doing this for 4 years. I come from the private market, and it's no use. In the private market or in any organization, the private organization is proud to say this, that it establishes targets or indicators, so in several topics that it wants to. And with this experience in the private sector and the numbers that we see and the studies that we see, there is no way we can advance in an effective manner if we do not establish targets for the place that we want to reach. And it has to be very clear. This place has to be very clear. So if we want to have women in leadership positions or in high leadership positions, we have to establish targets so that we can get there. So honestly speaking, and I'm sorry to be so harsh, but for those companies that have many actions, that work on the topics, I think we are not being 100% firm or 100% serious if we do not establish these targets. So I hear a lot when I talk to executives, male and female executives, that there's certain prejudice in terms of a target for these issues. We have an understanding from the executive committee against quotas, because first of all, if they're against quotas, we need to have some work being done to train these people. And in second place, we're not talking about quotas here, we're talking about establishing targets. We have to be clear about where we want to get to. Why? To know if the actions that we are developing are effective, right? And we have the financial institutions, there are other markers there when we talk about gender. So we have, together with other organizations, this PACT, other women, and all the supporters, the European Union, for example, they already have a target for gender equality. Portuguese, its equity is a priority in terms of gender, and also the same way that we have over here as a base, we have the WEPs, and we aim to establish targets. This is the great difference. It is a journey together with the companies, helping to use these different tools that we have in the market, but the target is to establish, the objective is to establish targets. So last year, we had 200 or so companies, almost 300 companies from 19 countries. And the interesting thing is that, of course, we have to bring the small companies, of course, and as was said before, we need the large companies for us to be able to work on these small ones inside the networks of the small ones. So sensitize the purchasing departments, for example. And in this sense, we were able to, out of the 300 companies that participated, it may seem like a small number, but we're talking about more than 1 trillion in terms of revenues. in more than 10 million employees. So basically, we're bringing an effective impact. 83% of these companies are establishing targets for the high executives, and 67% of these companies are establishing targets for women that will become board members. So we're making an effective change here. And for this year, we are moving on to 50 countries. From 19, we're moving on to 45 countries more precisely. All right? So we imagine that we're going to have a very effective impact. And in Brazil, we have a partnership, and they're always with us. And we're inviting all the companies who are here with us in this discussion to continue to support this project, but they should also promote these topics that they want to promote through these targets. And I'm talking in a generalistic manner, and we're discussing this issue of gender. And as I said as well, we also have to think about this view towards the black population, all those minorities in the countries we're in. So count on us and take advantage of this event, and congratulations once again for this coalition and these outcomes that you achieved. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Carlos, for your words. We're going to have our first panel of the day now. This forum is organized based on the WEPs principles. So we're going to start with principle number 1. The commitment of leadership is extremely important to advance the agenda inside the companies. So this is our number 1 principle, and we have to have the leadership setting this as a priority in the strategies. And we have to think about targets and objectives that are part of all the spheres of the company. We have to ensure governance on the topic and allocate resources so that gender equality can be a shared value and it can become reality for all people. So let us now begin our first panel in the WEPs Forum 2021, talking about the importance of the commitment of entrepreneurial leadership for gender equality and race in high positions. In this panel, we're going to have Luiza Helena Trajano, president of the board in Magazine Luiza and the group Mulheres do Brasil, Women of Brazil. Andrea Johnson from Jamaican Women in Coffee. Cristina Masís, Vice President, Executive Vice President of the financial group Mercado de Valores from Costa Rica. Soledad Matos, General Manager of Oracle in Chile. Omar Cabral, a main partner of PwC in Uruguay. Martín Galdeano, President and CEO of Ford Argentina. And the moderator is going to be Mrs. Carolina Querino, a specialist in programs from the UN Women Brazil.
Olá.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone who's with us. I'm Carolina Querino. I'm a program manager in Women Brazil, and I am the moderator of this panel with leaders, entrepreneurial leaders committed to gender equality and race in their respective companies. And we are here to discuss principle number 1, which is the principle of commitment of leadership in the companies that can make everything happen through this principle of leading by example. So we have men, we have women who are with us in this view of shared values, which is to promote well-being, rights, and equality of opportunities for women, all these women who work in their companies as well as those who are in a way part of the value chain of the companies. We know that this commitment in terms of gender equality, it involves men in the best spirit of he for she, and also the leadership that is white and not white in this promotion of, in this collective discourse to promote equality. And we have seen, especially in Brazil, it is also a reality for Latin America and the Caribbean as a whole, that the representativeness of black women in leadership is extremely rare. Many times it's also rare at the level of management and middle management in the companies as well. For example, in Brazil, only 8% of black women occupy leadership positions. So to start this dialogue, I would like to start with Mrs. Luiza Trajano, who is the president of the board of Magazine Luiza, and also the group Mulheres do Brasil. Besides Luiza, we have with us Mrs. Andrea Johnson, que é presidente do Jamaican Women in Coffee. We also have Ms. Cristina Masís, the executive vice president of the financial group from Costa Rica, from the stock market in Costa Rica. We have Soledad Matos from Oracle in Chile. We also have Mr. Omar Cabral, the main partner of PwC in Uruguay. And finally, we have Mr. Martín Galdeano, who is the president and CEO of Ford in Argentina. So we have a panel with great stars and great leaders, entrepreneurial leaders, and we're also going to talk about this diversity of languages that make up Latin America and the Caribbean. Mrs. Luiza, so starting our dialogue and talking about part of the speech where I brought the data about low representativeness of women, black women, in the leadership positions, I would like to know how you see leadership understanding the commitment with gender and race equality in the company, and how important do you think it is to have female executives as an example or giving examples in all of their activities. So this idea of leading by example and also making your words and your actions be inspiring, not only for your employees, male and female, but also for other companies. First of all, it's a pleasure to be here with so many people who represent so many different places in the world, and they're fighting for the same purpose. Thank you very much for receiving me. I am sure that if the leadership is not involved, we're not going to be able to do anything. And this was my experience with several years that I've had, so leadership has to be involved. Otherwise, there is no way out. It does not move forward. And if it's not a cause that they're looking for, that leadership is searching for, so that it will actually work, it also doesn't work. Now, the risk we're running now is that the market today is demanding that companies do this, and it has to be done with purpose and everything else. Now, to tell you about the importance of diversity and the importance of women and black women in all positions, especially in Brazil, where we have 51% of women, 53% of black people. So there's no way that we can have innovation and creation. So let's take this purpose here. If we did not have diversity, right, in these leadership positions. So Magazine Luiza has 40% of women on the board, and this year we understood that although we we have 50% of black people in the company. We did not have black people. We have lots of black people we work with, racial equality for a long time, but we did not have any of them in the leadership positions. So we have a trainee program, especially for black people. On the first days, we received a lot of rebellion from society, and then things changed, and 20,000 young people came in, and we selected 20, and we're very satisfied. So it has to be done. Some kind of movement has to be done from the top down so that we can actually change this reality. Now, the most important thing that I wanted to say to you is that the market is changing. George Floyd was very important for equality. I've never seen this being discussed so much. And there are several groups, which I'm a president of, with politicians and owners of companies and bank presidents. They stopped for this. The pandemic, in spite of the great sadness that we've been going through, it has taken people to, well, it happened in a moment when people were thinking about themselves. They were not rushing around. They had to stop. So although it's very sad what we're going through, it is still a gap that made me trust society, civil society more, especially in Brazil, because it did not take the lead in many things, although there are 400 years of slavery and we have two roles, colonized and colonizers. So it's incredible how people actually went back to feeling that the country is theirs and even demanding that. So they want the companies to be commitment to women, to diversity, and committed to our movement in Brazil. So we have a committee of equal racism. They tell me I work too much, but I have not seen anybody work as much as them, because it's a great fight to conquer every little step. So, and the fear of going backwards is great, and we've been working on this a lot. We felt a great leap that we had already seen before, and this is what happened in this last year. So the death of George Floyd was not in vain. I'm absolutely sure. I participated in several debates now. The companies are very concerned about putting black people and women in their companies, and I'm really impressed with banks. Banks are after women in leadership, very traditional banks, and actually I never thought that I would hear what I heard. In 2011, when our company went to the stock exchange, when I was talking about purpose and diversity, I knew that, they heard me because I'm the owner of the company, right? But basically I did not receive any more dollars because of that. And this is not going to be worth anything, but I'm going to continue talking about that. So in the talk shows I talk about that, and in Brazil we did not have any return on that. And I never thought that working on this cause I would hear what we're doing. So we're doing a transformation, and this is what we want to have, women in leadership positions. So we're making a transformation, and we're only going to open IPOs in Europe and the United States if we have a woman. And now the fight for putting black people in high positions, it's also started, and we're not going back on it. We're increasing the level of awareness in this program, and this has opened up a lot of doors, important things to have this program. I can even show you a film if you want to put it in there, talking about the importance it has, because it did not appear before. We asked for them to do it. We asked them to do, when it appeared, it showed that we didn't change anything. It's the same company that makes the selection. And what changed was that we were able to complete it. And the rest was all the same. Everything that was used was the same. And they were impressed. And the owner of the company actually said that the same thing. They're going to select the 10 last ones that have to be eliminated, the executive directors. They interview them one by one, and they said that many times he had to turn off the video because there was, competence in terms of communication and intellectual, and it was an entrepreneurship group, and they're not entrepreneuring. You have to start fighting from the beginning to have things because they just turned it off. And sometimes they get one third of them are unemployed. So this is the information from state and federal schools, people from the country, from everywhere in Brazil. We brought them over. So I think that's it. I think that we are giving a huge leap, and now we have to understand that our fight is to have women in these leadership positions. So we have to focus on this, and this is a very important flag of having trainees for Black people. It's incredible what we're doing in Magazine Luiza. It was very difficult in the first few days, and I learned that it was, reverse chauvinism. I didn't even know about that. And, after that, it is a lot of people complimenting on things. There's so much movement. So we really had to open up doors to find out how to do it. But we really need to do it. It's really a way to do it. So I'd like to compliment you on this, voices from so many different places in the world. And I'd like to say that we're trying to learn. And we are changing in the cycle, in this pandemic. So many things have happened, and we are not, we don't have the same view that we had before. We have to thank you for all of the fights in different periods, but our fight now is to put more women in leadership positions, more Black people in leadership positions, and mainly Black women. And that's the most difficult part. Brazil had one Black CEO right now, until now, so till today. So this is the fight that we are in. And it's not for white people. If it's social at any level, it is a fight of society. And society is the one who can do things about it. So it's not a white person's fight. It's not a women's fight. It's not a Black person's fight. This we're talking about, it comes from a woman. I say that to my colleagues. It is a fight of social society so that the inequality can be seen and it does not get in the way. And in Brazil, it's even bigger when we talk about social inequality, because we have carried this ever since the beginning. We were not able to do anything about it. So that's it. And I'm going to give space to the other speakers as well if you want to ask me any more questions.
It's always a great pleasure to hear you. I know the long work Magazine Luiza has been doing, and you have been doing ahead of Magazine Luiza. So it's a great pleasure to hear you remember the whole history and also see this commitment, not only that Magazine Luiza has, but the voice you give as a leader to the entire process and the entire fight. I would like to thank you for accepting our invitation and being here to share great ideas about how you have been acting to promote equality for women, men, Black, white. So thank you. So we'll talk to you soon. Okay, I will be here. Thank you. Olá, boa tarde.
With us, your commitment as the leader of the Jamaican IWACA from Jamaica. So, Miss Andrea, do you believe that women are well represented in coffee industry in your country, and in the region as a whole? Because we know that some characteristics can be found in other regions. But if you can speak mainly about your country, and also if there are, and there are initiatives that promote the participation of women in coffee, and what is specific in your country context regarding the intersectionality and the inclusion of women in leadership position. How is this situation, this context in your country and in the coffee industry in specific?
Sure. So let's start with the first question. So you asked, do I believe that women are represented in the coffee industry in Jamaica? So this is a question that a lot of people have asked and tried to understand. You know, we know globally that, you know, the percentages of women in coffee, but up until a few years ago, no one had really taken the time to understand what those numbers were in Jamaica. So that was actually one of our first initiatives at JAWIC, was to try to understand who are the women in coffee, what do they do, where do they live, are there a lot of women in coffee? And we began our field survey study in 2019, and we came to understand that at least 23% of the coffee farmers in Jamaica are actually women. So almost 1 out of 4 of every coffee farmers is a woman. And that's on par with the global kind of statistics. When you look at FAO, they've said that it ranges between 20 and 30%. So we're on par with the global numbers. But when it comes to the actual labor force, who are the women that are sorting the coffee? Who are the people that are reaping the coffee? These are the women. Women are doing all of these roles as well as farming coffee. Um, so, throughout the industry, there are quite a few women that work in the coffee industry from the seed all the way to the cup. And I think that's not intrinsic to Jamaica. There are a lot of other countries that, operate the same way. Um, when you asked about initiatives that promote the participation of women um, in the decision-making level in the coffee industry, I I have to say that there aren't many. Um, Before JAWIC, there were a couple of organizations of women that had come together in the coffee industry, specifically in Hagley Gap and Penline Castle, but they really came together because of what was happening in the coffee industry to support each other to try to find other ways of making money. So when you look at actual initiatives before JAWIC, before we brought IWCA to Jamaica, there wasn't really any sort of organization. And when you look at it on, a more higher, more decision making level, you don't see many initiatives. We're always kind of trying to navigate, or I don't want to say sneak, but try to, insert ourselves in certain conversations where we're not, unfortunately, really invited to. So that's that's our reality when it comes to that. Uh, as far as the intersectionality, the inclusion of women in leadership positions in the coffee industry, I can really count. I can think on the top of my head, kind of who are these women when you think about women that are CEOs of coffee companies, women that are CEOs of roasters. There's really a handful. I can right now think of less than 5 women that are in leadership roles in the coffee industry in Jamaica, whether it's agricultural inputs, women that are high level in government organizations, regulatory bodies. As I'm sitting here, I'm thinking, and I can literally think of probably less than 10 women. Um, and then also when you think about women that might be large farmers or have the capability to process coffee and are, high up, when you look at farmer group organizations like the Jamaica Coffee Growers Association, the Jamaica Coffee Exporters Association, maybe definitely less than 10 women. Now, when you look at leadership roles in general, a lot of people like to reference Jamaica as a place to look to because we do have a high amount of women who are in managerial roles. That's, globally, Jamaica is renowned for that. However, when you look towards the decision making level, policy setting level, the dissemination of funding level, I don't really see a lot of women representation and furthermore women collaboration, which we hope to change that going forward because it's really important to bring to have women have a seat at the table. Women are so important. It's so important for our voice to be heard. When women's voices are heard, we have innovation. We think of things, we're not the same. We think of things from different perspectives. We think of different ways to solve different issues. We're constantly trying to figure out how to solve different issues. So it's so important for our voices as women to be heard, and we're moving in that direction. So I hope that answers your questions.
Yes, yes, for sure. I appreciate a lot. It's a we know, we know that it's a specific context, but it's a specific type of industry, but the challenges are the same. So
Yeah,
thank you so much for sharing it with us.
thank you for having me.
Well, ahora vamos a
Now
conversar
we are
com
going to talk to Miss Cristina Masís. She is the VP of Mercado de Valores from Costa Rica. So, how are you, Cristina? It's a pleasure to have you here in this panel. Not only in this panel, but also an important person in this process to promoting and taking care of companies and the society. So for us, it's a great pleasure to have you here. So, a woman that is committed to our agenda. So thank you very much. Could you share with us which actions have the Mercado de Valores performed for gender equality and why it is so important to have women who are leaders of companies in the financial sector, a sector that usually we don't find a lot of women? Thank you. Thank you very much for your invitation. It's a pleasure to have you here and to have this opportunity of being part of the forum to share about the efforts of companies to in relation to gender equality. So let's talk about the financial market. We have been talking about that for a while, promoting actions, giving examples, trying to reduce gaps in this sector. So the financial market is comprised by a diverse team. We have faced competition, and these allow us to think outside the box, be innovative, and make the difference. So in the financial market, we have 55% of our personnel that are women. So in the organizational level, we have a team that is quite robust in the leadership position. And also in Mercado de Valor, we have some job positions. 83% are in the hands of women. So in this search for equality, we have this strong presence. So since recruitment that are totally directed to avoid bias, we give opportunity to everybody in order to support the organization regardless gender, age, and we need to identify people with values that will help us to reach our goals. So we have strong policies when creating salaries, career development, training, a lot of personal benefits, labor benefits in relation of working hour flexibility, maternity leave, among other things. And we expect our team will grow. And it's quite interesting because in the commercial side, we have incorporated an entire uh, group of support. And we've seen that this has been quite relevant for investors and women who look for help in the decision making, for savings and everything. We help them to support, uh, and we have women who look for safety, transparency, for decision making. Women. So we are a company with this belief that only together we are going to approach this gender subject with internal actions starting at home. And we also have used that in our with our principles, our values, giving examples that we are a company free from prejudice and a company that open opportunities to everybody. We have a team of empowered women and also men who are fighting with us to make this world more equal. So the second question you asked of how it is important to have women leaders in the financial sector. Well, we have women in organization, and this is translated into the incorporation of different ways of thinking, different ways of leading, different ways of managing. And this is something that adds with the male line of thought. So according to the ODC, the inclusion of women in business impacts positively the economic growth. And for sure, that's something that allows us to incorporate all that. So this also translates into something quite good for countries, mainly the International Labor Organization is concerned about the presence of women in all different positions. That also bring hope about how women will prepare themselves, will present themselves in these situations. So we will also have access to a better preparation. So the financial sector considers the presence of women very important. Women generate projects, process, and they have impact. I could assure that women are are more ambitious, and because and they also have more access to education. And I'm not just talking about the corporate side. We are talking about the active role of women, and they make their decisions, they have this contact, direct contact. And we have many studies that have shown that companies from the financial sector, they had an increase in the stock price for companies that are led by women. And this is considered that companies with gender diversity are more serious. They do not attract a negative point of view, and they think outside the box. And also outside this direct position. So how the companies impact in a way or another the society. I believe it's been also a great opportunity to be active in the financial market. It's not been easy, but I have always believed that we have to be strong to be present Because sometimes we hear that the financial market is only for men, but we are here and we are proud. I'm here and I'm proud, and we also have that women has a vital presence with active protagonism for decision making, and it's also interesting that we can see that for many generations, women, millennial women, 70% of them have a greater confidence in the decision making related to the financial side. If we compared with baby boomers, 40% are the ones who are part of this process. So we need more women to reach this level. So, and last but not least, we would like to mention that we need to be safe about who we are, that we are capable to do what we do, and we generate value in all the positions we occupy. Well, it's incredible the work you have been doing, how you have been leading and promoting this value of women in the financial market. Thank you for your collaboration, and congratulations for your commitment. Now, I would like to invite Mrs. Soledad Matos. She is the CEO of Oracle in Chile, another woman in a sector in which women are not quite present. So the presence is limited. So congratulations to your position. Oracle is an important company, but it's not a traditional sector for women. But it's a place where we want to be because we have a lot to contribute. Could you share with us? We know that we have important gender inequality. We have women and men in technology. Why do you consider is it important to more women to work in this sector? And besides that, which are the challenges to incorporate more women in technology, and which advices, which good practices would you like to present from Oracle so other companies will promote greatest participation in the area of technology and informatics? Thank you. Thank you for the invitation. I'm very happy to be here today and also share our experience with you all. The first question is that why it is important to have women in our sector. Well, it's important to say that technology is one of the sectors that grow the most, in which people find many labor opportunities. But we have some gaps, of course. And we are in a moment in which companies are becoming aware about the need to have women in high positions, because women will generate better results. Women also increase profitability, performance, and it is a way that has been visited by many women. Now it's the moment to see all that. Our VP is a woman. Our here in Latin America, Brazil, Mexico, our general manager from Mexico is a woman. In Chile, it's myself who's the leader. So I would like to say that we have to see that we have women in the industry, and those are the women who are generating references to those who are paying attention and analyzing the industry. And there's no innovation without diversity. And many surveys state that inclusive companies are more innovative than the other companies. And technology companies with female leaders have a return that is 35% higher than those companies that have men leaders. In relation to the benefits, well, it's this generation of revenue, and probably that happens because women has different abilities, different skills in relation to socialization and everything. It doesn't mean that the women are better than men, but it means that there are evidences that women has a more democratic leadership style. They participate more, and we have so men are more autocratic and so on. So women, we so in the digital economy will continue growing, and employment will change in a radical manner. Women have a great opportunity to be part of these jobs and also be part of the future. But for that, we have to believe in ourselves. In the World Economic Forum, they said that in 2025 there will be 130 million employment, 130 million jobs related to information. And it's important to mention because women are half of the world population, and we need more specialists and technological solutions. So we shouldn't miss the opportunity to have more women at this jobs. So we have so women will be the the leaders of the world to be created. Why? It's really important to do that. In relation to your second question, in relation to the good practices and challenges of Oracle, we have different factors to contribute nowadays. Specialists say that the gap is related to a cultural phenomenon. Different from men, women do not have an incentive to be in a career related to um, our business. So one thing that has to be changed is stereotypes, because girls receive dolls and boys receive a different type of toy. So we need to change that. Another urgent subject is that we are facing ourselves for challenges from the 21st century. In 2021, every 4 jobs men lose, there is one STEM job. And in relation to women, just 20 jobs lost in our case. So we need to think about the competences of jobs for the future. So this gap won't be even larger. And this is something for everybody, the public sector, the private sector, and we need to understand that there is a change in paradigm. And we shouldn't forget that capacities have to adapt to changes all the time. And that's why education and continuous training is so important. Today, we have different pathways to that, not only the traditional careers, we have different ways to study and understand that. But companies and leaders have a role in this challenge. An important recommendation is that companies develop this structure to find women for their job positions. For instance, sales for entrepreneur women. This program is solely related to coaching for leader women, for startups. for those who want to be part of the Oracle ecosystem. So we offer strategic tools for those who participate to improve their products, services in a very practical manner. So startups will be part of our ecosystem and improve their sales process. We had our first version last year. It was great. And due to the impact in Chile, we had more than 1 million jobs of women that were lost. We ran another round of this program and it was quite successful. It is important to companies develop policies with universities to open doors to women and so they could present their capacities. We have to generate programs to make such women aware and bring new people. And we also have to do that with men because they still hold high positions. This is not something just related to women. We have the Oracle Women Leadership Program that is to develop and empower future female generations. And here we have been implement we have implemented this program 11 years ago. We have discussions, seminars, networks, and we are so good in networking. We need to recreate this pathway through programs, just Oracle Academy, and we impact 100 million students promoting inclusion in the technology field. And we believe that education is the pathway. The public-private alliance will prepare professionals for the future. All that related to the technology we have today. This is something that is quite dynamic. So I'm positive that the first thing that we need to do is to change our own narrative. If we have women in the technology area, we need to make them present. People need to see them so they will be able to reach high positions in companies. Changing that mindset, we can break the whole paradigm so women will be present and change something that was different in the past. Thank you. Thank you. It's amazing for what you shared because most of the time we need to start since the early stage, earlier generations, so they have this idea that we don't have this type of thing that this profession is for women, this profession is for men, but to understand that they have to look to the future related to the industry transformation. All that is something that really concerns us. If we don't make something now, we don't know how the future will be for women. So I congratulate you for having this program, not only in your mind, but also in your life. Thank you for sharing your experience and your ideas.
Thank you for the invitation. So now I would like to call Mr. Omar Cabral, who is the main partner of PwC in Uruguay. How are you? Hello, good morning. Good morning. Thank you very much for accepting our invitation and for being here with us, sharing not only your experience but your commitment as a main partner of PwC. We know that PwC has some women in the company, in leadership companies like Ms. Patricia Marques, but also as main partners, we have the activities to increase the number of women in this kind of position. You have activities to increase that, as Ms. Patricia is in now. And we also know that PwC is one of the companies that organizes the WEPs Prize in Uruguay, which is, it says that talent does not have gender. So you got involved in this topic when we talk about the gender perspective. How did you get involved, and how is this commitment related to any kind of policy with your clients? If you can share with us some ideas, thank you very much. So, yes, of course. Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure for me to participate in this panel, and I would like to thank you for the privilege of the invitation to share with other leaders in this path towards increasing equality in all dimensions, and especially in terms of gender. So we understand that diversity, not only gender, but diversity in general and diversity of talent, is an ethical issue, and it is also a source of creativity and growth for people and for society. It is vital for an organization like ours that understands more than 300,000 people around the world, that has more than 300,000 people in the world, and in terms of development of general diversity, this has been happening for many years. And of course, everything happened. I'm not really going to talk a lot about that, but in 2004, we had an agenda according to gender, the creation of gender committees, and evolving into aspects like a concrete agenda for each of the 150 companies where the company is found. So they will have a posture in terms of gender. And of course, we started from a very poor scenario in terms of female representation. And we had to have the leadership to grow in 2008. But there was one leading woman in the structure, 18 people who are leaders in terms of services and operations, and this grew in 2008. It went on to one person out of these 18 female leaders, and we have advanced quite a bit in this path. And now when I look at that, the last indicators that we had, that we changed, there was something about the Fortune 500 companies. There are only 37 who are led by women. So this is 7% more or less. And they're like, 1 to 18. That's the representation of women in the leadership positions in global companies. And this is really a very rare situation. So continuing on this path, we began to incorporate in 2009 the topic of diversity, not only in terms of gender, but also diversity. And then in 2015, we were one of the companies that got into the He for She program, so the 10 per 10 per 10 impact. It was 10 corporations, 10 universities, and 10 governments, and this was one of the 10 corporations. And definitely, we have to say that Uruguay was one of the 10 countries that adhered to that. So in 2016, 44% of the leaders, global leaders, were women. And we talked about, we were very fortunate because there is a strong commitment of leadership in this topic. And nowadays, we already have a specific area that is called Global Leader in terms of diversity and inclusion. So it's the maximum level of the organization. and we have this about inclusion. Now, in Uruguay, it's about 420 collaborators, employees. We have representation of women. More than 60% of the employees are women, and definitely we are an organization that has a component of professionals in economic sciences, and definitely the students. The employees are also there's about 60% of female representation. So we are aligned with the main source of recruitment, which is the universities in economic sciences. And the important point is when we go to where we can start doing this, we also have representation that replicates 60%. So we maintain the structure that has to do with the career plan of the professionals in the organization. So there's nothing connected to gender there. And there's no aspect of the human conditions. So the promotions and the talent, this grows according to personal development, and this is also, we're also aware of that. And in specific cases where we have areas of growth, 3 partners are women, so that's 30% of them. And we have also evolved over the last few years. We were 1 in 9, so representation of 11%. Now we have 3 in 10. So we are advancing in this path of growth. So definitely, we're one of the 17 companies that have adhered to the WEPs principles, and this was in March of 2018 in celebration of Women's International Day. With regard to the topic of the prize, the award of Talent Does Not Have Gender, at this moment, when we adhere to the WEPs principles, we have worked on all dimensions around these principles, but we have particularly focused on the topic of promoting leadership and including many activities, especially the program of Talent Does Not Have a Gender. So this is one of the activities. It's one award that the company had already worked with before, and in other countries as well in the region with women. And definitely when they contacted us, it was an excellent idea to replicate it in Uruguay, and we were able to generate this equality, gender equality. Now, an important aspect, in my opinion, is there's an index that is called Women in a World, because we know that the representation in labor is an essential platform to be able to become effective. This is an indicator that is developed for the countries in the OECD, and it's important to be able to view this topic of gender equality because these indicators are very objective. So there are numbers in terms of how well these countries are doing or how badly these countries are doing. And this indicator has 5 dimensions. It's 5 indicators between 10 and 15% and 25%, and this is the participation of women in labor. We also have the participation of men and women. We also talk about compensation for men and women, and the percentage of full-time jobs, and the percentage of women who are employed. So the indicators for the OECD countries, and this is consistent since 2011, and definitely in all of these different areas, it was necessary to have many years, sometimes 40 years, sometimes more, so that we would be able to reach equality. And definitely the COVID pandemic was bad news, and and don't blame the messengers, right? I'm only transmitting the message, but the COVID pandemic had a very negative impact because effectively unemployment among women increased more than among men, because women takes care of the children and their homes. There's the domestic affairs to take care of much more than men, because men worked in sectors that are much more affected by unemployment. So the tourism sector and retail sectors, and they also have greater participation in informal economy. So all of this is a factor, has been a factor that has unbalanced this, a balance that we were trying to get to. So as the indicators were telling us that things were getting better, however, there's a big gap now, and unfortunately the pandemic increased and penalized women more than men. There are countries that are leaders in this, and Iceland and Sweden and Ireland, and I wanted to tell you what they do that is different in these countries. And there are some policies that are important. For example, the maternity leave or paternity leave in some countries, it's 12 months, and 5 we're not able to transfer. So 5 months, it could be the man or the women, but at minimum it has to be 5 months, and the other 7 months the man or the woman can take on. So this is a very strong policy, and so basically you share the tasks, right? So that maternity leave is not only maternity, it's also paternity, and the compensation continues, and the difference between the payment given to men and women is very different, so that this would become smaller, and the company had to show that there's equal compensation for men and women. The taxing systems, there are also social benefits in terms of individual compensation for women and men, and not as a nucleus of the family, or not as, living together. And another aspect that is a priority is the legislation, talking about the state companies that need to have a minimum representation. In the case of Iceland, 40% of women, and that's also a very strong focus in terms of gender. And a more general aspect that impacts future relationships, which is to make aware in terms of gender the educational systems. So this is definitely something that when the children are playing football with soldiers, and the girls play with dolls or other things, and there's no great impact on technology. And there's a lot to work on, and the educational systems have to work in these countries. For example, Iceland, and they work a lot making these gender aspects, making people aware of these gender aspects in primary school already. So let's consider that to continue transforming this reality and to achieve your objective, we have to make these good practices, these best practices visible, and the benefits that we can get with these best practices in terms of diversity and gender. So that's very important for growth in society. So that's what I had to say, and thank you very much for inviting me. Thank you very much for accepting our invitation and for being a partner company in Uruguay in the Win-Win program, and for your inspiring words for other entrepreneurial leaders. Thanks you very much, Mr. Omar. Thank you. Now I would like to call Mr. Martín Galdeano, who is the president and CEO of Ford in Argentina, to share with us your experience and your leadership in Ford, because this is also a company that works in areas where women are not that present, especially in terms of management positions. So thank you very much for accepting our invitation and for having become a partner with WEPs, and in record time you elaborated an action plan focusing on gender. And could you share with us why this topic is important? And also, what are the fundamental elements for designing and implementing this case, for example? So first of all, Carolina, it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you very much for this invitation to work with women. It's a pleasure to participate in this panel with the people who spoke before. So a little bit of the view of Forbes. So the companies are in a community, and they are usually aware, they have expectations about the role that these companies have, like ours in society. So in terms of changes in society. So we have a role of leading this kind of change and how we actually do this. So you asked me why it's important for Ford to have gender diversity. I think it's important because our capacity of copying as a group, as a company, the diversity that we have in the markets and that we have in the customers where we operate and manufacture and sell, it is key to have different views and opinions, and the team allows us to have a greater potential and ability to develop and deliver or get to products that our customers like or want. Diversity generates innovation, and it allows us to attract and retain labor that is the base of success of our company. And in terms of the future, the changes that we see in the future, we're going to need this diversity, and gender diversity will be necessary to make this change. And many colleagues have already talked about the level of change we've had, especially over the last few years. So for us, this key diversity is key. And basically, we're talking about the key to success and diversity for our business and success, and one of the pillars that we have as a company. So we are directing a people-centered community, and what we do is we celebrate the differences, and we consider the pillar, this axis, as one of the axes of the strategy. But talking about our ability to place in record time this plan and make it into reality, the self-diagnosis of everything that we had in terms of women, this allowed us to accelerate and to see the opportunities we had and to understand and see what other people do and where we have the opportunity of working and where we have been working on this program and this gender strategy. And we have started this many years ago, and because of that, we were able to place this in record time. Just so you have an idea, in terms of 2015, and we created what we call the project Ford. It's what we call the Women Network, Professional Women's Network, and it was basically a group of people that worked in promoting female leadership in the organization and working on gender equality in the decision-making spaces and feeding this a diversity pillar and equity to be able to make this an internal strategy. When we were actually organizing our influence groups or employer resources, as we say in English. So having a group, self-managed group, basically, and they talk about topics, common topics, and they share cultural topics, interests, visions, and life experiences, and how this affects us, or how we can actually work on diversity in this environment, so that you have an idea. I think you mentioned this in the beginning. It's mentioned by many of our colleagues, and that's key to diversity in general, to have the support of of the top management. And I'm part of this group of women in Ford, and besides having the opportunity of speaking in this panel, we also had global recognition because of the awards in 2021 in terms of diversity and inclusion, because our group and our company understands that Ford in Argentina contributes quite a bit in building an inclusive, diverse environment. So I believe that the signature of the WEPs principles and the construction of action plans, this was basically the celebration of what helped us to organize this and make it very capable of implementing a gender diversity plan. And this was very potent, and this was actually the line. And your second question was the elements that we thought about to design a plan. There are several elements that we put on the table or on the balance when we're designing our plan. And the first one is to understand where we are, where we're standing in terms of gender diversity, what the needs are, and also what the opportunities are that we identified. And also doing benchmark with other organizations and what other organizations are doing in benchmarking, and understand what other regions are doing, other countries are doing, especially what is being done in other industries, doing external benchmarking as well. There are many colleagues over here who had many experiences and many processes. So for us, this benchmarking, before doing the plan, it allowed us to learn from what the companies can do, the best practices in these places. And we dedicated a lot of time in the design of this plan. So it was Argentina in this benchmark. And the second point that is very important, and we're talking about diversity, and therefore it is valid to present this in the topic. We were creating optimizations of different working groups and having diversity in the team that designs the plan, and diversity of gender to know how we're going to get to this gender diversity. It's interesting to look at this in a 360-degree manner, and I think it's important to continue to reinforce that getting involved and being committed to this area of management, that is extremely important in this path. And without this commitment, all the plan that we put into action can seem perfect on paper, but maybe it will not work in practice in our company. And other elements that are important, I believe that we need to create these dialogue areas and incorporate this. The employees in these plans understand the female participation, and we have a few examples. I don't know if some colleagues talked about this, but we have open dialogue spaces at all levels with all teams and all the organization, and especially the representation of groups and having delegates involved in our production plant in Argentina involved, and providing this feedback to our plan. And it allowed us to understand specific problems in terms of manufacturing and how we do this in a production plant. Nowadays, we continue to work in this plan, because this plan, it's not only a plan in terms of the form. We have to extend it to the value chain, and we're working very strongly on that. And we expanded our value chain. We did a lot of work with our dealers, and we're working a lot very closely to the suppliers. There's high involvement of the unions in this very important path towards the integral plan. The way of working with the union so that you can have gender diversity, that's part of our agenda with the Secretariat. And this is what we have in our plant and the common union in our factory as well. So for most of the companies in Argentina, we have the union, and we share that as a priority, and that's very important. So these are key points that helped us to put into practice and to design this plan. The implementation of the plan means how we're going to follow this step by step, and we have a team or a group that is linked to this plan, and this in these small spaces, what we have during the process, allow us to continue to grow in terms of critical mass in this idea of diversity and in gender diversity particularly. So we have already followed many initiatives. We have increased the participation in the company and in the consulting area. We also talked about recruiting 80% of the programs. And then we have women working in this productive process in the factory, and we're continuing to work on this kind of gender diversity in the factory, in the production plant, right, in the factory. I think Omar was talking about this, the unconscious bias we have. So we're working a lot on training of how we're going to eliminate these biases, these unconscious biases in all of the processes, in all the recruitment and development processes, and how we're going to retain female talent in this case. We have adjusted our policies, and some of the examples that have already been mentioned by my colleagues, female and male colleagues. So to wrap up, we have a special program for women with female leadership. This has helped us a lot. And these are our activities, and they allow us to have this step-by-step conquest in this process. And to conclude something that has already been mentioned as well, we understand that Ford could be a brand that would inspire women, and how we work on this concept of branding for cars and making it attractive for the female professionals. So we have made contact with other companies or other automotive companies in Argentina to create these women in the Argentinian automotive companies to take similar policies that will help us to work on the automotive industry. So to conclude this journey, this step-by-step, generating value, and this multiplication effect started with an internal plan years ago, and we were able to transform it into a more robust plan, a more coherent plan with the help of UN women, and it became an agenda with a union, and now we're expanding our vision towards the sector. This is the opportunity that we have to work with the whole value chain, so not only in Ford, but with other car dealers and people who work with us. And in this way of progressing, we have assessment and we have measures that allow us to see the plan that we're carrying out and see how it's doing. We're very happy with the progress, and we're very happy about the participation of UN women.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing your experience and the whole pathway that you have. And this has drawn a solid line with this group of women in the car industry, promoting and facilitating this process. Well, we reached the end of our panel. I would like to call once again everybody, all participants, all the leaders who helped us, who shared their experiences and shared their commitment on how to act in a way to promote not only a business, but also with such an inspiring leadership. I would like to invite each of you at this moment to sum up in one single word what you would like to leave as a key message to our audience. So, please, I would like to invite Mrs. Luiza Trajano, thanking your participation. Thank you for being here during the entire panel. I can't hear you, Luiza. Oh, sorry. For me, it was quite important, in fact, for all of us to understand that we are in the same pathway. And my word is attitude to make it happen. Thank you. Ms.
Participation and for your contribution, and congratulations for your leadership as president of the board of Jamaican Women in Coffee. I'd like to invite you to summarize in one word what you have to say to other leaders and to other people that are listening to you now.
One word.
Or one sentence.
Okay,
But
that's
a key message, what you want to leave to inspire others.
Yeah, so I think for, closing comments, key message, we've had this conversation so many times about having women at the table and, how important women are to everything. Let's get the ball moving and actually do something about it. And, the next time we get together, let's talk about all of the things that we've been able to accomplish, with women together, moving everything forward.
Okay, thank you. Senhora Cristina.
Cristina, please. Hope. After listening to all the interventions, I have a lot of hope that step by step we are going to change everything. Thank you, Soledad. I would say women trust in yourselves. That's what I had to tell you. Omar, please. I can't hear you, Omar. There it is. I would say commitment. This is changed with commitment from leaders. So we are going to be able to change our reality. Thank you, Martin. I believe a sentence is gender diversity is one of the keys of what we are going to commit in the future with next generations in order to achieve something concrete in the future. I would like to finish with a word, and my word is alliance, partnership. Because in order to promote this transforming change, we need each of us to work together. and then we will be able to follow this pathway. A minha palavra é parceria e aliança. Thank you for being here. Have a great afternoon. Thank you all who were part of this panel. The WEPs principles apply to all type of companies. Small companies, middle-sized companies, big companies. However, we know that small and middle-sized companies have their particularities and specific needs. That's why we brought this subject to the WEPs Forum, in order to bring this inspiration for small companies and middle-sized companies about how they can be an active part in gender equality. In that sense, the European Union, who's sponsoring the Win-Win program, have been working a lot for the development and strengthening of small and middle-sized companies, specifically on how they can incorporate gender. Now we are going to hear our next speakers from Brussels, a guest for this subject, the importance of gender equality in small and middle-sized companies. Luiza Presto, the leader of the innovation panel and PNEs in the European community.
Olá, muito boa tarde a todos, ou bom dia.
Good afternoon, good morning. I'm here in Brussels and I represent the European community. I'm responsible for investigation programs and innovation companies for middle-sized company. And it's a great pleasure that today I'm going to speak in Portuguese about such a rich subject. The title of the seminar says everything, the importance of gender equality in small and middle-sized companies. That's why, first of all, I would like to talk about the small and middle-sized companies that we call PNEs, and also gender equality and diversity. Let's start with small and middle-sized companies. In Europe, such companies are very important because they represent 99% of the economy and a great number of the job spots. 25 million small and middle-sized companies in Europe, representing the backbone of the European economy. At this moment, post-pandemic, and I hope we can say it's post-pandemic, small and middle-sized companies are more than the backbone. They are the heart and the blood of Europe. And that's what I think about small and middle-sized companies, those 25 million companies. So coronavirus, as you've mentioned, have affected the entire system, and also the economy, the society, and even the way we work and how we work together. As you can see, I'm online here. And we all agree with the impact that, of course, was negative of the pandemic for the small and middle-sized companies. 83% of these companies were impacted in a negative manner by the crisis, mainly those in the more traditional sectors, tourism, commerce, and so on, and also food industry. All those small and middle-sized companies saw their business ruined during the pandemic. Now, a more positive role, a more positive point, the role of women in such companies. In the pandemic, women, most of them owners of companies, mainly the traditional sectors, as I've mentioned, suffered twice or three times more than men. But they reacted rapidly with positive aspects, and I have to mention them because this crisis during the pandemic sped up the change of towards digital technology. The companies that survived the crisis were the ones that innovated as fast as possible, and they were the ones who were quite creative. In relation to the success of such companies, we saw an increase of women participation in companies. And women, entrepreneur women, they took a very important role, mainly in companies led by women, with a social and environment pact. They created companies that bet in innovation, and they also bet in the environmental impact related to tech forums. So we are talking about companies that developed new business models in order to recover food that was not used. They use artificial intelligence to connect seniors and families, digital learning, allowing children to study. Those children who couldn't attend school, green technology to plant trees in certain land. So ideas to generate business. Another important aspect was that women was not only just leaders, they were leaders of excellence. We've seen that countries led by women had 6 times less deaths by COVID than those led by men. For instance, New Zealand, among others. So it's a new concept that it's leadership for good, that women has this type of leadership that is somehow more female. Of course, it's not about being a woman or a man. It's in relation to the respect of diversity in all levels of the companies and the government. And as you know, for sure, mixed teams are able to generate 15% more in the revenue. And we have research showing that the diverse companies are more efficient, they have a better revenue, they grow faster, they have more job positions, and they are more sustainable. They are closer to the population and to customers because they know them better. So we talk more and more about strategic approaches of inclusion as a success factor. So equality replaces equity. So we know that the situation is not at an end, and nowadays in Europe only 6% of board members are women, and companies led by women receive less funding. Only 29% are led by of companies are led by women, and you know that women represent more than 50% of the population. They have more than 60% of university diplomas, and they represent 80% the consumption power. And the conclusion is that this is not a problem of gender equality. It's a matter of society and economy. So we have started with practical initiatives that are addressed to encourage women in small and middle-sized companies. For instance, what we call the We Gate, addressed to connect entrepreneur women and promote the creation of women led by women. We had now more than 2,000 members, and the We Get goes beyond Europe because we are covering 39 countries. Some of them are outside Europe. And this platform is dedicated to help such women and also find business partners, discuss operational aspects. And we also have coaching, mentoring approaches for this new business. Another action is the sectorial group at the Europe network, mainly in countries from the Balkans and in the digital field. They have a huge potential to help women in Europe. And another very interesting program was a program that was just launched, Women Leadership, for women to improve their network skills. They have innovative programs for startups, mainly in deep tech, in the European Council. Always in the European innovation countries, we have established measures to increase the percentage of proposals for funding. So around 6% to 35% of these companies were led by women. Another new initiative that is going to be launched, it's called Human Tech Agent, that is an intelligent program just for women. It's an intelligent plan just for women. It's the first time we have a program like that for entrepreneur women sponsoring deep tech startups. And we also have the European Award of Innovative Women that every year is open for innovative ideas. Those are just some initiatives. We have a great array of a budget, and we are in the beginning of the program, but we have seen some results of this, some results. So we have a more sustainable, greener, more inclusive results in which women are at the core, at the center. And the next phase will be, according to my line of thought, is to foster young women and technology like artificial intelligence. So this is a subject in which we lack girls and skills, and we need to encourage them. So we encourage them to work in this field, and they have to understand that the world we are designing here counts on our diversity. That's the message I had to share with you. And the only way we will impact the world is through diversity. And only through involving the correct number of women in such companies will be the way we are going to have the future we wait. I hope you enjoy the rest of the event. Thank you and see ya. Thank you, Luiza, for this amazing participation that brought such great contributions. Now we are going to take a break. And before, I would like to invite you all to fill in a survey about the event. You can access the QR code here on our screen and use your break to answer it. Your opinion is quite important to us. We'll be back in 10 minutes. Thank you.
Let us go back to our program that still has a lot of interesting content. So sustainable development does not leave anyone behind. So if white women are underrepresented in the companies, black women, the lesbian women, the trans women, women with inabilities, they find even more difficulties. And to discuss the intersectionality and to ensure that all women are being included in companies, let us start a sequence of presentations to talk about the topic based on our WEPs principle number 2. No woman will be left behind from the hiring process to the career path. Our speakers will be Mara Pisano Rodrigues, Human Resources Manager from Alumi, Florencia Castro, Human Capital Manager from FONCAP, André Schwartz, CEO of Igual Inclusão e Diversidade, Renata Espada, Director of Talents and Head of the 50/50 program in Indy.
Bueno, muchas gracias Lorena por la invitación y al programa Ganar por la oportunidad de poder compartir.
And for the opportunity of sharing all of our experiences with us. So I am in a company where we have 736 employees. We're located in Uruguay, mainly in the north of the country. And we have plantations in pines, eucalyptus, and in industrial plants. And we also have a greenhouse. And this reflects in the commitment that Lumen has with its collaborators and the importance of co-responsibility in taking care of this. And in the following video, you'll be able to see and appreciate our experience. Thank you very much.
Sempre apoiar esse intro do projeto Centro Orientado para o Sistema de Cuidados de Primeira Infância, INARCO, empresa Lumen, sus sindicatos, organizaciones sindicales de trabajadores de madera.
Uruguay, que es la ONG que lo gestiona. El objetivo de Arcoiris es desarrollar una mirada integral y respetuosa del desarrollo de los niños, niñas y sus familias, y así poder brindar un espacio para que todos los adultos referentes tengan las mismas posibilidades de poder trabajar y estudiar si así lo desean.
Lumin financia el alquiler del local y todo lo relacionado a la infraestructura. El sindicato es responsable del mantenimiento edilicio. El Sistema Nacional Integrado de Cuidados, de la cual son parte MIDES e INAU, y en el cual INAU a su vez tiene la supervisión específica de este servicio, y financian a la ONG Programa Cardén, que gestiona y administra. Concurren aproximadamente 70 niños y niñas. Arcoiris cuenta con un equipo conformado por 23 personas.
Es un privilegio poder contar con este centro y que la familia tenga la tranquilidad de dejar a su hija o hijo en un espacio seguro, de cuidado y con una propuesta pedagógica.
Arcoiris surgió por una propuesta presentada por el sindicato de la empresa y la cual entendimos que era una muy buena respuesta para atender la situación de 600 madres y padres que trabajan en una planta industrial con turnos rotativos y que está ubicada a 10 kilómetros de la ciudad de Tacuarembó, en Uruguay. Dentro de los hitos del proyecto se destaca la firma de un acuerdo con estas características y la apertura del primer centro en el interior del país en abril del 2018, que demandó 6 meses de trabajo en conjunto. Para esto generamos una alianza entre el sector público.
and also the positioning, such as Lumen, with the meaning that the company has, and with an NGO that coordinates, that it's very important for us in topics of this caliber, and the family and all the collaborators and employees in the community as a whole. Arco-Íris took into consideration many fundamental aspects. One was to use the rotation that mothers and fathers worked with in the company, and they had flexible time to be able to address the needs of the family, and in the place where the center is installed should be accessible to all of the centers so that all parents could take their children to. And if we had some lessons learned from this experience, we would say that in principle, the company can support the people in taking care of their children. Many of them are single mothers and heads of the family, and they don't have to stop working or studying, and they leave their children in a place that takes care of them well, and they can continue working and studying. The second point is to continue to feed this relationship of the opportunities, that 80% of these children are children from the community, and these mothers could also develop themselves, work and study, and putting this as one of the objectives that the center has. We have some cases, for example, new opportunities that these mothers have, and we have a few that are studying for nursing and education, school education, working in fashion, and some of them also got into gastronomy, and we think that it's very useful to be able to offer these opportunities. And it's also important to emphasize that this center reinforces our commitment with the WEPs principles and with gender equality. So this is an area that favors co-responsibility in taking care of the boys and girls. And besides Arco-Íris, we have increased the participation of women in the labor market, in the positions of the company, the work they have, and now, first of all, we're going to talk about how we manage this in terms of the company, in terms of looming in its forest work, and 70% of women, and women have manual vulnerability. It's a kind of task that talks about stability. Of course, you don't have men who can do what they do, but looking at women, we can see that these abilities that are developed are part of women. So this greenhouse is directed by a supervisor, and they're all women. The average age is 45. Most are heads of families, they're single mothers, and the voice that they have in supporting their family, we have to make them feel that they're part of this industrial process, that are doing something good for the family. And in the industrial area, the percentage of women is 20%, but if we're going to specifically to the forest area, this percentage gets to 15 to 30%. And the female presence was extended in the forest area, and we have been working to get opportunities for them. And when we talk about different positions and gender differentiation, they all have the same opportunities, and today we have employees in areas that in general are occupied by men. And we have heavy machines, electricians, bus drivers, managers, supervisors that have positions, and they reach these positions either through an internal call or a succession plan, or they are identified according to their great performance and leadership. In this focus on gender, we want to talk to the companies and the suppliers, and for this, the purchasing head participated in the workshop of how to acquire the products of the company organized by women with the win-win program. And we have Evangelina, who works as a cutter in an area that would usually be done by men in the forest group. And she's always saying that thanks to her work in the forest as a head, every month she has enough for her children to continue to study. And we also looked for looming we tried to look at insertion of women in the labor market. And in terms of our communities, and in the month of the women in March of 2020, there was an exchange workshop that happened. We also had the support of Win-Win. And in terms of the pandemic, and now with COVID-19, Lumen prioritized economic inclusion. So we set up a network of dressmakers in different places, Taquarembó, and they made more than 6,000 masks. 3,000 were bought by Lumen. And today, these women are in a group and in cooperatives, and they're working and graduating. And it was a great opportunity that was opened in this project, customers. And also, there was a project of women in an area that you don't usually take women to. These are the ones that take care of the children, the babysitters, together with social development. They got organized and they took this project on. I would like you to meet them.
Un plan piloto de inclusión sociolaboral que incluye a mujeres leñeras y sus respectivas familias en el uso adecuado de los subproductos del bosque con la finalidad de generarles una oportunidad laboral digna y legítima.
Cuando nos han preguntado por este proyecto decimos que es un buen ejemplo de trabajo entre lo público y lo privado.
Permite que el proyecto sea sostenible en el tiempo. Bueno, tenés un proveedor como el frigorífico o la intendencia que consumen ese producto todo el año.
Oye, yo me siento bien, porque es un trabajo, digo, como cualquier otro. Es el sustento de mi hogar, de mi familia.
Es una oportunidad grandísima que nos han dado y re agradecidos. Me parece que todas las compañeras piensan igual. Andamos con la cabeza en alto, o sea, somos los campeones.
Este proyecto busca generar oportunidades a mujeres leñeras y sus familias a partir de los subproductos del bosque. Lumen, además del trabajo, les da la capacitación para extraer la madera.
And the capacity to extract wood, and for women it means ability and revenues as well. We also have the management of the numbers in terms of safety and also formalization processes. And basically we have the social development. With all of the experience, we have worked on gender, looking at the interactions in the companies with the employees and the hiring companies. There's also the work with the institutions that support public policies and the community that carries out the activities. So thank you very much for your attention, and I hope it was interesting for everyone. Hello, good afternoon. I'm Florencia Castro. I am from RONCAP, and I work in a mixed capital company created to provide access to credit, and it helps the population financially for microcredits and also technical assistance in terms of microcredit, and also training programs to be able to promote credit and financial funds and making them traditional in all of Argentina. Our action plan is based on 4 strategic lines. The main ones are the leadership and strategy in the community. And the first thing that appeared was a real commitment in terms of gender, Also a balance in life for fathers and in terms of taking care of children, policies of non-discrimination and opportunities and maternity leaves, and also things that have to do with the working space in the offices. And in terms of the community that we work in, we discovered that we have to develop products and services focusing on gender. And that's exactly what our sector was like. We had women, and we checked if we were really working responsibly with gender or not. And also, in terms of the companies, we have equal gender possibilities, and we also talked about the population that we worked with, and we tried to maintain the focus on gender. Our plan was divided into two large areas. One had to do with internal actions and one with actions in the communities. So we started to do actions, and we took the principle of the processes that we have in terms of selection, hiring, and the succession plans of the company and career paths. This was a step inside the change of the structure, organizational structure, and it was the management of gender. And what was important is that we wanted to make a real change in the culture of the company and in the policies. We really wanted a cultural change that would have an impact on the reality of all the employees, and that's what we wanted to do with the first initiative of equality between men and women, and that was the creation of the Family Center for pregnant women. So this maternity leave was made through, it was inspired through principle number 2, and it was supposed to treat all men and women in the same way at work. And what we tried to do in this maternity leave was to reduce the equality so that men and women would also, we call them family licenses or leaves because they're authorizations. It's either for men or for women, and so that they can actually receive their new child in their homes. So what the company did was start making it equal, because we still have a 30-day maternity leave, and that's paid for fathers as well, so that they can be there the moment, at that moment with their families at home. So it was definitely one of the first initiatives. And inside the internal actions of the office, in the middle of the pandemic, it changed their reality, everybody's reality, and our companies as well. So we also changed, and we decided to do to make a place so that all the people who came back to work after they'd had kids and they were breastfeeding, they would be able to extract the milk in hygienic places, safe places. And in terms of the breastfeeding day, what we did was, as part of the new reality, we found a balance between personal life and working life between all of our collaborators. And we need to work with different kinds of licenses or leaves. We already had some proposals with regard to that with the parents when the children started their adaptation period in the daycare center or at school. And all of these areas that take care of children, they were not in person anymore. And many parents, they needed to be at home and working at the same time taking care of their children, their girls and boys, and we tried to find the best methodology so that everybody would have a balance and they would be able to be at home, working every day and working at home, and also doing their work at home. And we gave leaves for men and women. We gave them a leave at all times and giving more time for mothers and fathers so they had time to spend with their children. It was a protocol, a guidance protocol, and it was eradication of violence and also abuse, promoting everyone connected to us. So working on prevention, that has to do with historical factors, religious, economic factors, racial ones, and it has to do with gender inequality. And as a result, we made this protocol about the situations, but we also generated a leave for gender violence so that people would be able to be safe in their identity or protected in their identities. And it was a kind of contention and actions for the community. So the first action was to do Plan Lena, that was inspired by Lena Walker, which was the first owner of a bank for Afro women who were excluded from the financial system. And with the institution of microfinance, her organization had two objectives: the social and economic increase for people and promotion of gender. And this plan, this Lena plan, was created by the full cap management. There are 5 important points to get to, or to get closer to these companies with workshops and lectures. So we had promotion protocols for prevention of abuse, and also virtual meetings because of the pandemic. And at the same time, we generated an area for all women when they actually ask about having microcredit. So this is where children can stay and be entertained in a space of contention for the program. And even so, we tried to develop a panel for gender control because we had no information about quality with regard to entrepreneurial women with their male peers, and this project generated strategies that provoked the empowerment of women with actual data. We made courses the whole year, family economy, the gender perspectives, and we also launched the course that is for credit assistance, and we had credit assistance in most of the institutions, and this position is made up of women. So it was really very fair to change the name, and it was well received by the community because, in fact, we're talking about positions that are occupied by women. And talking about responsible marketing with the gender perspective, it was really something that needed to be done to be able to consider that Full Cap is actually using these policies, and we need to have a real change in the microfinancial sector. We also created the club, National Club for Credit Assistance, for that all men and women who work in the system, they can have a place in the community. So we worked in several provinces in Argentina, and each one has a different reality, but over here they can access hospitals, clinics, and trainings, and also certification for competencies in the Ministry of Labor, such as being credit assistants. And all of these ideas came up in a roundtable of women from Full Cap. And we have different women from different sectors of the economy. They're part of it, and they were inspired by women in the things that I was telling you about. And all of these great women are behind these projects, the general management and also the board. They found different approaches for the community and also for the collaborators in terms of VILCAP, and we have an action plan that was built that was very good with these women. And the next challenge for us is to increase the leaves and create a more conscious space, so awareness of women of their reality, so they become more aware of their reality, how the companies have to adapt to a woman coming back to work, a woman who's going through a maternity process. And yesterday, there was approval, new approval coming out, which was a bonus for the institutions that have 60% of women and who take credit. So thank you for the opportunity of saying this, what our action plan was in our company, and it generated a change in quality in our company, in the employees, in the community, and in the population we work with. Thank you very much.
Hello, I'm Andrea Schwartz. I'm an entrepreneur. I'm mother of Guy. I'm a digital influence, and I'm also a person with disability. My story with inclusion starts when I acquire my disability. I went to a wheelchair from night to day, and after my physical rehab, emotional rehab, I understood that Andrea was the same person. But the society started to see me with a bias since I sat here, in a way that they underestimated me because I had a disability. They've placed me all the time with a label inside a small box, the person with disability box. Throughout my history as a social entrepreneur, I funded Igual. We include disabled people in the market. We helped more than 20,000 people to find a job in more than 1,000 companies. I've published 3 books, and I'm a top voice LinkedIn. For the first time in LinkedIn, a woman with disability has such a voice, a very important voice, a voice that brings opportunity to demystify, review concepts, and above all, see that we can be happy at any circumstance. The challenge here is to talk a little bit about my specialty, that is inclusion of people with disability, how the working market is, the challenges, when we talk about the future, when we talk about retrocess, to understand the situation of this population here in Brazil. Today, according to the last census that was done in 2000, the year 2000, 24% of the population has a kind of disability. That's a lot. That's why we say that when we think about the minority, we are not talking about a number. In a way or another, the right of these people is reduced in relation to other people. And when I think about the working market that has this background that is so different, I have a very concerning indicator. And if we consider, according to HICE, the total number of workers with disability that are somehow employed formally, we have 1% of the population with disability. It's a small number, and we have laws that protect people with disability, and they have to be hired by organizations that has more than 100 workers. So just by the law, we cannot assure the quality of employment. Most companies, since the moment this law was approved, and it's not something recent, it was from 1991, it was approved in 1999, companies started to have in their their list of employees, people with disability, but more related to the numbers. And we know that the major challenge is to see beyond the disability. While companies hire with such purpose in order to just meet the numbers because they have to, because there's a rule about that, they will never be considered productive employers. So there's something that has a cost. So this is something essential. This is something people are different. So that's why I like to explain what is diversity, what is inclusion, and what is belonging. So diversity is when we have a place at the table. Inclusion is when we are able to speak, and belonging is when we are heard. Do you think people with disability, 1% of formal workers, they feel that they belong to the organization? I don't feel as someone who belongs to the society. When I look at the society, leaders of companies, politics, advertisement, I don't see myself there. So I believe this is not my place. And representativeness is related to self-esteem. If I don't see myself in that place, then I start asking, where can I go? Up to where can I go? And when we check that, we see that the career of such people inside organizations, they are quite horizontal. Why? Because it's a career in which verticalization is not believed. They are hired to occupy less strategic jobs, regardless the fact that they are even more competent. They are labeled and they have the stereotype of their disability. I usually say when we have a vacancy for person with disability, that is the politically correct way to call these organizations can only see the disability. They can only hire because of the disability. So there's no way we are going to assure a good quality of work, because to hire is different from including. So why do we have to that? We have to take a step back in order to define and establish the concept, because people with disabilities spend a long time trying to explain the social model of their disability to the society. We are not disabled by our bodies, but by the way the society treats us. This is so strong that I usually say that it's not Andrea who's disabled, but the environment in which I'm in. The environment that all the time tries to be the owner of my destiny. I cannot be the protagonist of my life. So disability is socially understood as a disease, an incapacity, a prison. So those who have disability are automatically related to those who have a bad life. And this is capacitism. And this starts when person without disability compare their lives with those who have disability and feel pleasure and even feel alleviated because of that. So they don't cry, they don't give up. Just like the person was lucky enough of not being disabled. In that logic is that even in a wheelchair, those who are disabled work, date, study, and so on. So they have to be admired and taken as an example. Oh, you are amazing. You are special, Andrea. So the society make us an object in order to feel better, but they don't see us beyond our disabilities. As such, people with disability, they have they have this reflex in the work market and all positions they want to occupy. So when we start to understand what is capacitism, recognize this prejudice, and then make intentional actions to break this structure prejudice, we will be able to see the person as the person is. Many people tell me, well, Andrea, when I look at you, it's clear what you are not able to do. And then I get to know you and I see all the possibilities. But if we don't acknowledge this prejudice and we don't make an action against that, for instance, in the working environment, this is going to happen as organizations are merely a reflex of societies. Organizations, in a way or another, they try to follow a standard. Why? Because it's more comfortable. We have to leave our comfort zone, and most of the time, we have to look for information. By the way, information is key of inclusion. I don't believe in a process inside an organization in which we don't have this internal culture process. Uh, Ramp, for instance, it can be expensive or it can be cheap. So we are going to look with different eyes, and this is really important. This has something. This is something beyond what you should do. We are diverse already. Nobody is equal to the other, and what makes all this even more magical is when we take into account singularity, when we don't place everybody inside the same bucket. This is something that is not quite intelligent because we label people. And to be someone with disability in Brazil is to live every day with stereotypes. So our fight is a fight in which everybody's part of it. Everybody has the right to speak, and we need to be careful about that, because diversity, if diversity is our major important point, inclusion is our most important challenge. We'll only change the world when we change our mind. So live with people who have a different life story. As an employer, bring different people, plural people to your side. So this is what we have to leave to next generations. This is an intangible legacy in which we have to live in a society that is built and thought for everybody. I would like to thank you all. It was a great pleasure. Here we have my social networks, because this journey does not end here. This is a conversation that will last, and we need a lot of people together with us for inclusion. Thank you very much. Hello, I'm Renata, Talent Director of the Engine Group based in Paris. And it's a pleasure to present the program 50-50. Eu vou passar para o inglês porque eu estou muito mais acostumada.
So I feel sorry for that, but please forgive me for that. In NG, we are convinced that the struggle for gender equality is essential to secure a sustainable, inclusive, and prosperous economy that benefits all. The private sector and big groups like ours have the power to influence the society and contribute to the necessary cultural shift. The 50-50 program is the NG's contribution to this journey towards gender equality. In the next slide, we explain what is the program. And the program has the intention to make NG a reference in the energy sector on diversity and inclusion. A program which creates the necessary conditions to our worldwide business units to reach gender equality in managerial roles through a systemic approach with global and local initiatives and acting in each step of the employee's life cycle. We want our company to tap into the whole talent pool to recruit the best, be a better reflection of our society, and deliver the best performance. And as I said before, we do believe this will benefit all. What we are doing today to adapt our organization to become more inclusive, to break stereotypes, and to open minds will also benefit minority groups among our employees, other stakeholders, shareholders, investors, and the society as a whole. So, in the next slide, we show what is our objective for the year of 2030, which has been decided by the board of NG. We want to reach 50% of female managers by 2030. Today, we do have 45,000 managers around the world, and only 24% are female managers. So we needed to double these figures in 9 years. It's a very ambitious target, but it's necessary for us to create a strong competitive advantage in an uncertain world like ours. And the COVID crisis proved the importance of a diverse and competitive population for the companies. So here in this slide, through this objective, we believe we will be able to influence and promote gender balance in the whole group, which is today 173,000 employees. And by promoting this cultural shift in our organization, we will be able to start making things change also in our society. So before we started to build our program, we decided to ask to some of our employees what would be their why, what would be the reasons they would adhere to this movement. And we made a little movie that I'd like to share with you.
Pourquoi?
Dlaczego?
Varför? Taisa?
علاش?
Pourquoi?
Kim?
Потому что в мире, который становится все сложнее, совместная работа мужчин и женщин – это настоящий путь к успеху.
Because mixed companies achieve better results.
لأن المساواة هي الإيمان بموهبة الجميع بغض النظر عن أصلهم وجنسهم.
Parce que c'est une réalité au sein de mon équipe depuis 5 ans et c'est une excellente expérience.
Por quê?
Pourquoi?
معنى.
Pourquoi?
Porque na velocidade atual vão ser precisos 170 anos para atingirmos a igualdade financeira entre homens e mulheres.
Porque Engie es el pionero de la transición cero carbono y para conseguirlo, la diversidad es una clave del éxito asegurado.
Weil Engie nicht nur für nachhaltige Energiezukunft steht, sondern auch für gesellschaftlichen Wandel.
Ponieważ musimy przezwyciężyć nasze uprzedzenia wynikające z naszego dziedzictwa kulturowego.
Perché?
Pourquoi? Warum?
Pourquoi? Perché la diversità richiede degli sforzi, ma tutti ci guadagnano.
Omdat een gezonde balans tussen werk en privé zowel mannen als vrouwen aangaat.
Fordi forældreskab ikke kun handler om kvinder.
Почему?
Pourquoi?
Pourquoi?
Why?
Pour que plus jamais une petite fille ne puisse s'entendre dire « mais ce n'est pas un métier pour les filles, ça ».
Parce qu'aujourd'hui, je suis alternante et demain, j'aimerais être la présidente d'une entreprise du CAC 40.
क्योंकि एनजी प्रोजेक्ट में हमको सबके साथ बराबरी से आगे चलना है।
Okay, so now let's talk about how. How NG intends to achieve this ambitious goal to double in 9 years, as I said, the number of female managers. We intend to do it step by step and with determination, working on the causes and not only the effects of today's unbalanced situation. So we like to compare the 50-50 program to a rocket, because a rocket takes years until the moment the rocket is able to take off. And when the procedures to take off are launched, it makes a lot of noise and a lot of smoke. In our case, a clean smoke, because our rocket fuel is green hydrogen. Our roadmap is very simple and has 6 pillars. So the first one, we start by the base. And the base is about restructuring the project, benchmarking with other companies, creating a strong governance and sponsorship from the top management. Without this, we are not able to move forward. So we also identified some metrics and deployed measurement tools. And we focused our efforts in communicating with our business units, because here from the headquarters, we can facilitate the movement, but the real change will come from the operational units. Then the antenna, we started to make a diagnostic of the situation, and in some cases using an independent auditing firm to assess and support us on building pertinent and specific action plans for each of our business units worldwide. Then the third pillar is about raising awareness, very important in a huge transformation like this one. And we have been, and we continue to do and promote masterclasses around the diversity and inclusion everywhere in the group and in different hierarchical levels. So from the top management to our employees in the field, we invite people to think on their own why it's important to promote diversity and inclusion and what the benefits for them. Then the fourth pillar is important because we cannot create awareness and don't change our policies. So we are now in a process of reviewing our HR policies everywhere regarding, for instance, pay, remuneration, paternity and maternity leaves as well, home office policies, and many others. And that's why that's one important step to make our company really inclusive. And then only raising awareness is not enough. We need to create developing programs and educate our people. And we have developed internally with our university, NG University, 5 programs in diversity and inclusion, in inclusive leadership, but also in programs to empower women. And finally, we cannot do all these actions internally if we don't act in our society, if we don't create alliances with NGOs, associations, schools, and other companies. And that's another important pillar for us. We are now promoting this change not only in NG, as I said in the beginning, we want to promote this change in our society. So this is the trajectory of our rocket. We believe that we should start building the foundations of this cultural transformation, and we will take at least 3 years to raise awareness and develop people in diversity and inclusion in our organization. And this will take time, but when it will happen, the results will be faster and durable. That's the intention of NG. We want to build something that will last for ages. So thank you very much for listening to me. I will be available if you want to contact me for more details. And please don't hesitate to do that. Thank you.
Nossa, quantas vozes.
Well, how many inspiring voices in these presentations. Thank you all, those who brought such amazing contributions. Continuing with our program, the WEPs 3 principle talk about the needs of people in relation to health and safety, things that are affected by gender also. And it's necessary to people to acknowledge that when structuring their team and working conditions in order to preserve physical and emotional health of all workers, as well as safety. We are going through a unique moment in history, the COVID-19 pandemic. And besides all the challenges we have, it's evident the overload of women in non-paid work. To talk about that and also to have a solid and clear context, I would like to invite Ms. Ines Garcia from CEPAL.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Muy buenos días.
Hola, hello everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody who's here. On behalf of CEPAL, I would like to thank you all. I would like to thank the invitation from UN Women, the European Union, to be here today. So we are going to have this transformational recovery, and gender equality is essential in recovery. So that's what we have. A year after the COVID-19 eruption, this is a sanitary crisis, an economic crisis, the worst one in Latin America and Caribbean, and also the world. And it is also a social crisis. The pandemic has shown us all the gaps we have in relation to inequality. We have gender inequality, poverty that has increased, and we also have a problem in health. The region was not prepared for the pandemic, and the world was not prepared for this pandemic. We saw women that before the pandemic dedicated 3 times the time men dedicated at home. So the pandemic show all the lack of trust we see in the region. The production structure showed this the effect. We just updated the data that the pandemic has resulted in 18 years of retrocess. And when we talk about equality, we have to talk about sustainability. We have emerging problems with the loss of biodiversity, and we have had local responses, global and regional responses also. We have learned with crisis from cholera, Ebola, and also the 2008 economic crisis. Without gender policies, more inequality could be present. So that's why we are talking about a new development model, a new way to develop the world in relation to care with our rights, our employments, and the environment. We are going to talk about a couple of problems. That's what we call the structured knots. We have inequality in payment. 1 every 2 women occupied in the sector lost their jobs. So they face barriers to speed up business. We have the win-win program, and all that is related to this. In Latin America, we also talk about social cultural aspects. And here we have data in which Afro-descendant women receive 57% of what non-Afro-descendant men receive. And that affects indigenous population, young people, and here on the right, 1 every 4 women from 15 to 24 years of age are not working, neither studying. So 75% of them have decided to just stay at home. So women are not participating in the business world. Usually they are in smaller companies that are those most affected by the COVID-19 crisis. Here we have a graph about what I just mentioned related to job losses. We have the participation of women in labor and the reduction of unemployment, female and male in our region. And half of women were in the labor market, and now this has dropped to 46% in our region. Here we have the impacts that the pandemic brought in the sectors from the exportation employments of women, textile, clothing, and so on. You can see we also have tourism, shoe industry, all that made by CEPAL. We had major drops in the numbers of employment, not only in our region, but also in other countries. That represented 61%. This is for 2020, another reality from the pandemic. The major closure of small companies. We calculate that 6.3 million employments were lost in relation to small companies. We are talking about micro companies, about 2.7 million companies that would impact 8.5 million job positions. And women are the ones who make part of these companies. Those are examples of measures from the governments in order to stop the effects of the COVID-19 crisis. We have those data available in our website page with all the aspects related to the financial part. Here we also have the proposals of CEPAL, short-term proposals that are quite transforming, and they are talking about a new fiscal and economic environment in which the state will be part of that. And the society will be able to work in gender equality and assure human rights for women as a key element for recovery of the society. I'm going to mention all those fours because this would bring a major impact. The first point would be a production recovery with the participation, economic participation of women. Here in CEPAL, we have sectors from the economy in which we are looking for women being part of the sectors in which they are usually not part of that. We also consider to assure access to services and financial products of quality and access to companies led by women, as from UN Women and so on.
So 4 out of every 10 women are not connected or they cannot pay for it. So we are pushing an alliance, a regional alliance, according to digitalization of women in the region, so that they will be able to connect and have digital competencies to be able to have access to business or jobs and participate in the market, because it's the present, it's not the future. We have to strengthen the role of companies and the participation of women in digital transformation. Next, we need to invest, and the pandemic has showed this to us. It is important to take care, and we have to invest in taking care of people, the planet, taking care, self-care, and also taking care of those who take care of us. And finally, have partnerships. So Win-Win is doing that, recovering change. Transversality is not enough, so we need to have an affirmative action inside the companies. And equality, as you know, is an element of competitiveness, of development. And finally, in the regional conference of Women for Women, we have events just like this one, and they are still establishing changes between governments and civil society and companies about practices and lessons learned with regard to gender to contribute towards empowerment of women, and also with regard to the principles about the companies and human rights. So we're working on this and we are moving forward. Thank you very much. You have our publications here. Gender equality is an important point of recovery. We would like it to be a result of win-win out of this program, these principles of empowerment in the companies. Thank you very much and have a good afternoon and good evening. So inspiring, right? And that was our introduction, but we still have a lot more to share with you about this relevant principle. So it's X3. Let us now watch an interview about gender equality in the labor market, post-pandemic labor market. We're going to have Joel Nandarcão, the head of social content and digital brand in the Yellow Media Group, that will conduct the interview from Jamaica. And our interviewees are Mayra Liguri, director of the NGO Think Olga in Brazil, Paula Maria Bibini, the president of the Frozen Industries in Argentina.
Hello, everyone. Important and interesting discussion as a part of this series. My name is Joel Nandarcão. I am a marketer and a journalist from Kingston, Jamaica. And I must say it's an absolute pleasure to be joined by Mayra and Paula with this discussion today. Mayra is from Think Olga Media Group, and Paula is from the refrigeration industries, which, I'm going to be getting my Spanish on a little from Norte Grande SRL. Yes, I'm getting that right, going through. And, for me, it's so important for us to have these discussions. We're talking about gender equity in the post-pandemic labor market. And at first, when I was invited to do this session, I was asking the question, are you sure you want a male to moderate this panel? And, it might have seemed like a silly question, but it's so important for us to be a part of the conversations and as a part of the allyship as we continue to empower, support our women with whatever it is that we do. So it's my absolute pleasure to be moderating this session with two brilliant women. Mayra and Paula, thank you so much for hopping on and being here with us. Now let's head straight into the discussion. So I want to start with Mayra. Now, you conducted an extensive research work on economic care of the importance of women in getting out of the crisis. Can you tell us a little bit more about the findings from that research?
Sure. Hi. First of all, thank you for the invitation. I'm very happy to be here with you.
Absolutely.
When the pandemic broke, we as a feminist organization, we started to try to understand what was the effect of the crisis on women's lives. And we quick understood that it was going to be, the impact of the pandemic would be very hard for women more than for men. So we understood that care was in the center of this conversation, because beside of the economic crisis and the climate crisis and all the crises that are coming together, we also have a humanitarian crisis. And care is in the center of the humanitarian crisis when we have too many people who need to be cared and few people who can give care. So we try to understand what to do while the crisis is going on, not on the body count after everything is over, and then we look back and see what happened to women. We need to look at what's going on to women right now. So our study was about this, and care was key for us to understand the situation. So we understood that care would be seen as an activity who is so essential and so important that should be properly paid. And this is not what happens. The work of women and girls of care every single day that we do invisibly and unpaid work is the basis of our economy. If girls and women were not at home doing what they do, the world would be different from what we know today. So we try to exercise and understand how would be this world where the care work would be paid and value as it is, as it should be actually. So we understood that it would generate the richness and money 24 times bigger than the Silicon Valley produces, for example.
Whoa. That is tremendous.
Exactly. We studied big data and made data journalism and understood that it was a huge sector of our economy. We understood that if we put care in the economy count, we would narrow the differences and the gap between women and men in the world.
I love that because oftentimes people want to know about research and where's the information, where's the data to back that up. And it's incredible because, that this is the first time I'm learning about this. And I think that's why I'm so pumped and hyped on being a part of this discussion, because it's so important for every single moving part to know this kind of information. I want to bring in Paula here because, Mayra, you just mentioned a lot on leadership and what could happen if, the situation was a certain way. And for you, Paula, as president of the Salta Industrial Union and a member of the executive board of the Argentine Industrial Union, we're talking about leadership here, you have a broad view of how the health crisis has affected the business sector, both in your province and nationally. What are the challenges that women entrepreneurs are facing at the moment?
Hello, everyone. I cannot speak good English. I will be speaking in Spanish, please. Yes? La crisis en Argentina fue realmente muy compleja, muy dura, debido a la larga pandemia o al tiempo de paralización de la actividad productiva e industrial en nuestro país. Hubo muchas dificultades, sobre todo en las provincias centrales, en poder retomar la actividad productiva e industrial. Y eso se fue dando de manera paulatina y escalonada en el país. En el norte del país, donde hoy ejerzo mis funciones y represento a la Unión Industrial de Salta, se comenzó de manera inmediata con las actividades esenciales, con lo cual la actividad relacionada a la salud, a los alimentos, pudo rápidamente.
Very quickly, they were continued. Nevertheless, many of the companies, because of the crisis, because of the pandemic, they wanted to start by reconverting production, and they made a transformation of their activity to be able to really comply and be able to sell their products. So it was a challenging moment, and There was home office that was done, and like many women, as a result, had to go back to their homes and take care of their children. And in this transition, many of them lost their jobs. So what is the challenge, the most important challenge for us? To see the possibility of seeing women in the labor world, on the one hand, as Maida was saying, through education and also through training. So education, so that more women and girls would be able to have tools, technological tools, especially in terms of the new challenges that are coming up. And on the other hand, the training that is happening as from the concrete needs of the changes that companies are undergoing, that the industries are undergoing, as from the needs of products and what is happening in the national and international markets. And it's important to highlight that Argentina had an important social crisis, and we came from important poverty. And as from the pandemic, the situation today of women in the labor market, it's a very difficult situation. But nowadays, we women consider that we have opportunities. We have to generate this space, taking advantage of the needs, the general needs, as from these new challenges and the new industry, according to the concrete needs that the companies are going to have, so that we can have more women recovering or going back to the labor market. So this is the main challenge that we have nowadays, and we are trying to find spaces for entrepreneurial women. Bon.
Thank you so much. Well, gracias for your answer. I know something that was very important and, to note is that for your country and during the crisis, it was very hard due to, the period and the different industries being closed. And I think that's something that almost every country, most countries could have related to. You mentioned the North region, trying to attempt at a very quick recovery. Countries across the world trying to do that as well. And we can only imagine, the challenges that, in addition to what women are facing, in addition to what, children are facing, in addition to what companies are facing, how great of a deal that was. It's so interesting that you were able to bring that broad view, to this discussion, because it's very, very critical. For Maida, I want to bring in on another question. How do you see the participation of the private sector in the care economy? We've been talking about the care economy, and what are the main actions needed towards the valorization, redistribution, and co-responsibility of care? Might be a very loaded one, but it's so important for us to continue talking about this.
You almost have it all in your answer when you say about co-responsibility, about taking action, and all that stuff.
Yes.
What I would put in the center in this conversation is that taking care of people is taking care of the future and the future workers. So this is part of the responsibility of the companies to take care of the new generations that are going to work for them. So this is not charity. This is strategy, Also, it's important for the leaders and for the companies to understand that they are not an island. They are not inside a society and they put their own rules and that's it. They are part of society. They affect society and they are affected by society. So when they understand that, they feel responsible for what's in their context. So taking care of the new generations and the elder generations, the people who also already worked for me, and give them their intelligence and their workforce and their contributions to my company, this is sure part of the responsibilities of the companies. So going to a more practical conversation, what I understand that this is important that inside the companies and the culture of these companies, people talk about care. They divide care, they distribute care between women and men, because today only women are taking care of people. And men also need to do that. This is responsibility of everyone, you know. Also promoting and having policies to promote the distribution of the care work. So not women take the debts, for instance, but to take the consequences, to have to take care. So they are paid less, they need more flexible time, and this is something that the companies need to look with the correct lenses. As I said before, this is not charity. What we are doing is to look to your collaborators, understand their specific needs, and and help them to perform those roles so they can be completely, so they can be, let me formulate it again. So they can bring their whole self to work. That's the very
being involved.
Being involved, exactly.
Yeah.
So today with the pandemic and many people working from home, we used to say, oh no, you are working from home. No, we are living in work. So our personal lives and our work lives are mixed. I was reading an article from a specialist saying how to work from home and deal with the domestic chores and the situations. What was the etiquette? And the etiquette was, don't let your baby cry while you are in a meeting. Okay, how can I do that? Do you know how it means to have a kid by your side? I have two, okay? A 5-year-old and a 3-year-old. Do you know what is it to try to keep concentrating a meeting while they are here with me? And the etiquette said, no, you put them in another room. Otherwise you will be seen as not professional.
Wow.
And it was normal. People was reacting as if it was normal, and we need to stop normalizing that.
That is that's so crazy, and it goes to show how important it is for women, and empathy and being at the helm is critical. Paula, for you were mentioning the importance of women and girls having access to education becoming very important. And, remembering in Argentina that it was already bad before the pandemic and now it has worsened, and how critical it is for our girls to have these access. For you as a woman in leadership, how was it for you becoming a director of a male company and a leader of the business union? And I think that's such a timely question off the heels of what Maida has just expressed. How was that for you, climbing that ladder of success to where you are now as a director?
Fue un importante desafío, un importante
challenge. It was an important target, and it was an important target to accomplish. My company is a first venture, so I am the founding president of this processing plant in Argentina. And this is an industry that is naturally made up of men. So it was an important challenge to learn the activity and to start taking things personally. Many times it was men who were specialists in particular areas, and begin to form a group of people that today, it's been 12 years, that have been with me in this great project. And definitely it is a transition, it's a challenge, as you were saying, and it's not 1 year, it's 1 year that I've been the president of the company. I'm very proud of it, I'm very satisfied to have acquired this knowledge. Also, the industrial activity gave me the opportunity, after 40 years of being able to be the first female president of an industrial union in Argentina, and to be the first woman in 137 years to make up part of the union in Argentina. So it is an important step to generate this area and being a pioneer so that other women can actually get enthusiastic about it and occupy decision-making positions, places where today in Argentina most people are men in these positions. And also what talks about the possibilities, and this is through laws that allow women to occupy decision-making positions, and especially to be able to use more women in the regions. And we have talked to the President of the nation, and a few months ago there was a decree that came out that in Argentina we have contributions and predictions to allow 80% taxes being lowered if they hire more women. So that is something that the president heard, and the women and transsexuals as well. So nowadays we want to work for an open Argentina, an inclusive Argentina, and that will also have a space or more space for women. And I believe that we deserve it. Wow, Paula.
You have set an example for other younger girls and women to follow in leadership, being the first woman president, for that corporation, and, seeing how important and critical it is to be a shining example for others to follow. We could go on and talk about this for days because it's a very important discussion to be had. I just want to throw in one final question to Mayra. How can WEPs be of supporting tools for companies, given the findings and conclusions of your work? With what you discovered, how do you see this being an important part of the movement?
I understand that the very existence of the WEPs is very important. So it reaffirms the necessity, the importance of the role of the companies in this discussion. So this is ground zero. I also believe that the WEPs will promote these ideas and will help companies to navigate these waters and to shed light to good practices. So I understand that the companies that are doing great work need to be recognized and need to be celebrated so they can inspire other companies. And the last, I think it's connecting people. I was in a meeting with the people from Brazil this afternoon, and it was great to hear from them and understand what they're doing, the challenges they have in their daily basis. So I think this is a group that has a big potential.
Awesome. And Paula, in 30 seconds, I'm so inspired by your story. I'm so inspired by your rise, and I'm sure the viewers also appreciate where you're coming from. In 30 seconds, what advice would you give to women in following the same path as you?
Mi consejo, mi recomendación.
My recommendation, my concept is to follow your path, follow your desires and what you propose to do. It's always important to realize your dreams, and I believe that women can do it. Today we have a room where we are recognized, and we can very soon think about a place for these women who fight so much and for our recognition as well.
Everybody will appreciate that. And, this brings to us the end of our very important and quick discussion. As I said before earlier, we were talking about gender equality in the post-pandemic labor market, something that we should take away from today's chat and not only bring it into practice, but also keep the conversation going. Thank you so much, Paula and Maria, for joining in on this conversation. Thank you so much for having us. And we do hope you enjoy the rest of your day. And as I said before, continue to amplify the voices and continue to keep the discussion going.
What an incredible interview. I have goosebumps. And I see this point of view from different countries. Everything is connected. And principle number 4 of the WEPs is about support for education. So the development of the women's careers. And we know that women are underrepresented in leadership, and careers in technology and technology are very low for women. Many business women have implemented acceleration programs. Women who are in leadership positions, as well as increasing the number of females in technology and engineering. Companies have also worked on managers and the training of managers so that these are not barriers for the advancement of women in their careers. So, to go deeper into this debate, I would like to invite our participants from our panel of Women in Technology and Technology in the Service of Female Reintegration in the Labor Market. We are going to have Maria José Conte, Director of Business Development of SAPI, Latin America, Social Region, Argentina. Stacy Haynes, President of Jamaica Technology and Digital Alliance, Strategic Planner in the ICDC Group in Jamaica. Fiorella Rain, the General Manager of Uruguay. And to moderate, João, the CEO of WEPs Brazil.
Olá, sejam bem-vindas e bem-vindos ao Fórum
Welcome to the
2021.
WEPs Forum 2021. In the 4th edition, we are reinforcing our commitment with equality. It's the most important event for the Win-Win program formed by the United Nations in order to promote women empowerment through the knowledge of their women as beneficiary and partners of growth. Since 2018, the Win-Win program is executed in more than 6 countries of Latin American and Caribbean, led by UN Women. Sergio Wells of Conta Black, and we are the moderator of Women in Technology and technology at service of female reintegration in the work market. We are going to talk about that. We have Fiorella Hein from the Ceibal Center, Maria José Concept of SAP, and Stace Hines of the Digital Alliance. Welcome. And I'm going to ask my first question to Fiorella. Hello, Fiorella. How are you? Olá. Hello. I'm going to ask you a question in Portuguese. How the SEIBAL program has impacted the generation of access to boys and girls and increased the access to girls? And the second question is, how do you see the impact in families? Thank you. Well, since 2007, we have personal devices to all students from the educational system, the public educational system in Uruguay. Hence, all girls also receive their devices as well as the boys. This is a universal thing for the first years of school, so they can use for the next years. And what is interesting is to make available a resource for all students. There is a second point that is new, to have access to devices and use. And in that sense, the SEIBAL plan has provided tools, platforms for math learning, for instance. And we have been living with this use of boys and girls, the way they use these platforms for educational resources. It's quite interesting to observe data that we have about the platform in the first years from 6 to 12 years of age, in which we see that it depends a lot from using the tools. So by gender, we have a similar distribution to the distribution we have in the school population. And the use of platform is way more affected by the indication of the teacher for the students to use them. We also have a program to deliver those programmed platforms a step ahead of the technology in order to solve problems, to work by projects, and also to development the computer usage that is done in the Uruguayan schools. It's been 3 years that we started a program with microwave plates, and we have delivered more than 50,000 plates. And so far, more than 40,000 were delivered to students, the others to teachers and groups. So they are going to work with computer thinking. And those plates are requested by the students, and they will continue learning programming, the solution of problems with technology plates. So it's really interesting to see that in the beginning we have attractive proposals for girls. That was a challenge we faced. And keeping in mind that 47% of that was from girls. The population is a little bit smaller at school, but this is a very good percentage. Year by year, this number has grown. However, we have been working in order to motivate girls and have their participation in competences. Every year we have Olympic Games for robotic programming, drones and program plates. And we have seen that the participation in courses and projects we have open is something that has grown around 50%, 47% of girls. And now they are taking part of the Olympic Games. So we believe that we have to keep on working with the proposals to maintain and have similar percentages of participations of boys and girls. Leaving aside numbers and taking into account quality experiences, we have seen projects that were quite creative using the programmable plates because they allow to integrate different types of materials, different types of problems that are quite similar to the interest of each student. In general, the more diverse the group is, the more interesting is the problem and the focus they are doing. I believe that with that, I answer your first question. And now moving to your second question about the impact to families. I would like also to mention the work we do with therapy for vulnerable children, in which we work proposals that are related to integrate families. In that sense, we capacitate in general the population in the digital world so they will be aware of everything that is related to connect to internet and the important role for prevention. And most of the time, it is related to issues like bullying, meetings that are not convenient for young people, and also the use of opportunities that all that bring. Most of the time, we have mothers who take advantage of the opportunities and seeing their kids, mainly in the beginning of implementing the plan, close to 2007, when most of the time it was the only way to connect to internet. So today, with smartphones, it has a larger penetration in all contexts. And this has reduced a little bit the way it carries. In the beginning, we observed that this new opportunity was more related to the labor market, to prepare a resume or something, or their small entrepreneurs for fabrics. So when to find drawers on the internet to increase the offer, and also that allow us to offer a work of different experiences, mainly in the first years. I would like also to mention the program, and probably I'm not answering your question here about programming. We teach youngsters to program, and this is something that has been available since 2017. They indicate young people up to 24 years. They've never studied programming before, IT or anything related, but we have a strong campaign to have more women programming. And in the third edition in 2019, we've seen an edition only for women to have an equal number of professionals. And we reduced the number of, we increased the number of percentage of women in the software world. We have huge potential to see that. I believe that results in relation to labor is something that we can see because they have a labor formation, and we expect that to continue. We are the ones thanking you. Thank you for the opportunity to get to know more the project about the Simval plan that has impacted not only boys and girls, but also parents. This is something that is worth applauding. Thank you. Our second guest is Maria Jose Conti. She is from SAP. Hello, Maria. How are you? I have two questions to you. I'm sorry, I'm a little bit nervous here. I have two questions, two important questions to you. The first one is, in light of the trend of demand for technology demands, which policies companies could apply in order to assure that women will be able to add value and acquire digital competences that the labor market demands today? Last but not least, and I can give further details later, considering the pandemic, the COVID-19 pandemic has produced a historical drop of job positions for women. Which strategies, technology companies are adopting to hire women? Thank you very much. We have two questions that are quite complex. I will start with the first one. Well, every time we talk about gender equality, well, this is a broad and complex subject. But it is really important to remember that before the pandemic, 2019 to be more precise, the United Nations report had presented the sustainable objectives. There was a point that up to 2025, gender equality had to be present. So this was the scenario we had. And then we had the digital transformation. And in relation to women, we have a larger impact. We know that most work has larger risks to women. We have a lot to talk about that. In that context, companies are essentially strong in that point. We have many actions that have to be taken from the organization point of view, the government, educational institutions, and so on. So companies are responsible to make all that work in order to provide equal access to women in companies. When we talk about digital literacy and digital competences, we have very interesting points. I'm totally passionate of education, but I don't have time to talk about that. But I will talk about what happens when women start in the working market. Digital skills are different. They are broad because they are related to the basic possibility of using internet, social network, among other things. The next step is the capacity to get to know management system, small companies, and the last level is related to the capacity of drawing technological solutions. Those are the main points. You have to develop and capacitate and train. And this wouldn't make sense if companies are not committed and participating in what we are talking about in the empowerment cycle. These learning cycles have to be implemented. And companies have a lot to do and a lot to develop. I'm not saying something new, but here it is. The first point is about human resource policies. The process we have implemented for talent retention in companies and the plans for people exchange and recruiting has this unconscious bias for access to job positions. The second point is related to performance indicators. So diversity and inclusion is something quite important, and nobody discusses that the more diverse the companies are, the better results they have. But in order to make that work, we need to define that what happens in relation to women in the labor strength is something totally related to the position of women. And we need equality of opportunity. An important point, and it's something related to education, is something that we need to strongly offer. Training, digital training for women, something that is available through platforms and through online courses in order to support all this type of work. A point that interests me the most is to foster entrepreneurship. What is that? We always hear about entrepreneurship, startups, and so on. But innovation and creativity is something that needs to be present with your employees. So to foster technology is something essential for innovation and creativity at companies, to foster activities, competences in hackathons, and so on, and propose solutions inside companies is essential. But for that, and considering what Fiorella mentioned, it's essential to have women participating. In our work group, we have a team that has the presence of women in these competences. Last but not least, a point and then that's why I'm taking a little while to answer your question, is related to employees. Those are the ones that allow us to have a strong organization in relation to support to women with best practices, to making any inclusion program possible with different networks from different companies. This is a gathering, a general gathering of things that could be done, and it's something that we have here at SAP. SAP, a company that is related to what we have in our events today. We are very happy because in Latin America we have been evolving a lot. In Argentina, we have 46% of women in leadership jobs, leadership positions, and we have our president in Latin America. Both of them are women, and we are very happy in that sense. So we have members for that, and this is an example of everything that we can do, and it's important to share with you. In relation to your second question that is quite complex, the pandemic subject and what technology companies are doing in relation to that in order to keep and also get women to work at such moment. We cannot talk a lot about that. The pandemic brought a huge financial and health crisis that has affected our life. And in relation to women, it has impacted us a lot. 1 out of 4 women is requesting a downshifting. They are reducing their job title, their job level, and this is concentrated most in senior management and mothers with smaller children. So this is something essential. Technology companies cannot say that we were more prepared. We had a remote. We were more prepared. We had remote work policies, but we also had a burnout syndrome due to the pandemic. Well, what we talked before, we have not only to employ women, but we need to retain our employees. So first of all, we have to think what is happening in the company. We need to do a checklist. We have to maintain the criteria that are defined to maintain the objective in recruiting, the number of women who are working. If we have more leaves, all these is essential to understand what's going on with our female employees. And also, we need to implement measures, not saying, okay, that's what's happening. We need to understand something that is essential, something that is related to the independence of your work and your life. And with that, we have to take into account performance. It's not the same, and it's not going to be the same. And the programs that exist, they have to converge into all the problems we have to be facing. We need follow-up programs, mentorship programs, coaching programs, and as an example for actions we have been doing, I consider the case from Argentina. Since the beginning of the pandemic, we have incorporated 260 people. They are 100% remote. This is something quite amazing. They do not go to the SAP office. 47% is up to the end of the year, we hired almost 900 people. Among other things, April 7th was the Mental Health Day. It was a day to perform activities, recreational activities for the family, and stop working in the system we have been in. And I would like to mention one important thing, that is to share actions, measures with our ecosystem. Why? Because we have many other people, suppliers, business managers who also carry responsibilities to follow the implementation of this solution. Last but not least, it is the essential responsibility to be part of programs for digital responsibility related to gender. And that's what I had to share with you. I'm so sorry for taking so long. Whoa, I really enjoyed your observations, your notes, your comments in relation to technology, in relation to the role of women in technology. We have been living a pandemic moment, and it's a moment to use workstations, home office, and everything. But I would like to congratulate you, your role, the role of SAP, to work with technology, mainly what is related to the most delicate moments, to consider their re-inclusion in the market. Thank you, Maria. Thank you for being part of our talk. And now let's go to our last part. That will be with our guest Stacy Hines. Hi, Stacy. Oi, Stacy. Tudo bem?
In Portuguese.
Okay.
I'm nervous.
No
But
problem.
the first and second questions is, Stacy, como você descreveria o impacto da pandemia?
The impact of pandemic on women in the tourism, commerce, and manufacture sectors in Jamaica. And my second question is, how access to technology would contribute to build this scenario back again? Mention some local examples.
Question, or those two questions actually. So I wanted to, first of all, share my thoughts around what I feel the pandemic has actually created in the space for women in Jamaica. I think Jamaican women are always able to find their way despite whatever challenges may come up. And the pandemic, despite the gravity of it and the weight in which it really took, I think, everybody by surprise in terms of how their businesses were impacted, how their individual lives were impacted. I think the Jamaican women really took a strong position in making sure that they were able to hustle through, which is one of the things that we're really good at, right? We're really good at finding solutions despite the different challenges that we're faced with. And I think that what happened with the pandemic is that we were both presented with tragedy in many instances, and at the same time, while we may have been experiencing significant challenges, I think it also presented us with one of the greatest opportunities that Jamaican women have had to step into their greatness and to really be able to utilize the power of technology to expand their thinking, their learning, and their ability to access the world through their businesses. So I think there was both a yin and a yang to, what exactly it is that the pandemic created in the lives and businesses of Jamaican women. Now, specifically as it relates to the three sectors that you mentioned, and I'll start off with tourism, because tourism, as many people know, is a significant enabler to our economy. For Jamaica, I think tourism contributes about 20% of our GDP and provides hundreds and thousands of jobs, not just for persons who work directly like in hotels or restaurants, but when you think about even the tangent opportunities or tangent jobs that run from tourism, like transportation and other types of hospitality, employment opportunities, employment jobs, etc. I would say that this area in particular is one that probably felt the most significant impact. And one of the examples, I had two examples that I wanted to use, but one of the examples that I think sometimes we maybe overlook is just the person that works inside of, a hotel. For instance, Jamaica is very well known for its amazing resorts, whether they're small scale boutiques or they're large chains. And sometimes we neglect to think about, the persons who are actually serving inside those resorts. So when I think about women that have been impacted, I would say that the service staff that work inside of the resorts as well as the attraction spaces, those persons would have been significantly impacted by the pandemic. In particular, because once the pandemic started here, there was a complete lockdown, right? So no ships, nothing could come in. We were blocked out for flights, etc., unless it was specific cases. And so the lockdown immediately impacted the tourism sector because we weren't able to receive visitors. Now, as a result of that, and I recently had the opportunity to stay at one of our resorts. As a matter of fact, I have spent a significant amount of my time doing staycations or investing in tourism here as a local, because it's one of the ways that we've been able to keep the actual space going. And one of the things that I was able to encounter in one of my trips was I was able to have a conversation with someone who was a waitress that was working inside of the hotels. And she explained that, she didn't have work for like the initial 3 months she was without work. And she had 3 children to feed. I have 3 children, and I was thinking to myself, oh my gosh, I can't even imagine not being able to have an income for these 3 children. So beyond that, I think we also have to remember that if you're not employed within the sector, then you are a part of creating and building the sector itself. And so what that looks like micro to small, medium enterprises who are providing this service. So that could be anywhere from a bed and breakfast type of entity, or it could even be somebody that's a solopreneur that runs maybe a massage therapy kind of organization, etc. And one of the things that we were able to, sorry about that. One of the things that we were able to actually see happen in this space of MSMEs is that those individuals were now starting to try to figure out, well, how do I keep my business going? How do I use digital marketing as a way to be more active in the space? Persons who may not have thought about it at all before were now thinking about it. How can I pivot? Maybe I can not only look at bringing people in, because if there's a lockdown, I can't have visitors, but maybe I can start doing things like writing a blog, or if our restaurant is popular, maybe I can start featuring recipes or recording cooking shows. So what you found happening is persons in the tourism space were pivoting around other types of ways to engage their audience, engage their community, engage their market. And that looked like, videos, blogs, engaging in different ways through lives or webinars. So I thought that what it allowed persons to do is to actually become more creative and to get connected to their community and their market in a completely different way. The next area that I wanted to kind of speak to was as it related to the space of commerce, because I think one of the things we talked about when I first started the conversation was just the opportunity that existed. So not only were there some challenges, meaning people losing jobs, etc., but there were also opportunities. And I think in the space of commerce, especially when it came to marketing, I think females who were leading those types of organizations saw a lot of opportunities that they did not think about before, or they couldn't experience before. Digital marketing in particular opened up. I saw quite a few new entrants to the space. When I say entrants to the space, I mean I saw quite a few new businesses actually open in the space of digital marketing. And that was largely because they now could create something utilizing the internet. And everybody was getting into digital marketing. So if you had a passion in that area, but possibly, you hadn't explored it before, or maybe you were otherwise employed, you now had another space that you could actually take advantage of and build a business in. So I actually saw a few companies pop up, female owned and run. And I also saw persons who were not in the marketing space at all. If they lost their jobs, they were able to move into opportunities in the marketing arena. And then last but not least, in terms of the 3 areas in manufacturing, what I would say is that they really had a challenge in the creative industry. I think when it came to things like food and shopping for things, those type of things, once you had the logistics sorted out, meaning once you had the capability of creating a path to get your product to your potential customer, then you may have been able to continue. But in the creative space, especially the artisans who either made things themselves with their hands or they had a small team, they had a challenge with continuing to actually create product. And there was also shortages in receiving raw materials because there weren't any ships coming in. And so there was a challenge in receiving raw materials. So many persons who were in that artisan space, that manufacturing space, had a real difficult time with being able to make, to continue doing business and to make money in the midst of the pandemic. What I did see happen in that space, I actually have a mentee who currently does footwear, beautiful sandals handmade. And one of the things that she was able to do is she was able to pivot towards doing more online things. So you'd see like pop-up shops, pop-up trunk shows, shipping products to the North America so that we could continue to sell from that space. So I just noticed that there were pivot opportunities that were being explored in the space of manufacturing, where there were, once we were able to get out of the immediate challenge of lockdown. Additionally, persons took on additional jobs. So where they weren't able to actually pivot their business, they pivoted themselves and were able to step into opportunities to do work elsewhere, possibly going back into the space of working within a company or partnering with someone to bring their product or service to life. Now, for the most part, I would say that technology really creates an enabler. And not only is it an enabler, but it also offers a space of empowerment for women. I think many women who may have been employees took that brave step forward to becoming entrepreneurs during the time of the pandemic, because they may have either lost their jobs, or if they had decreased hours, they may have had to supplement that income, in particular if they were the breadwinners for their families. And I think we saw that in many cases throughout the island, in all sectors, not just the ones that were most heavily impacted, like your tourism sector or your creative sector. And there are three kind of areas that I think technology acts as an enabler that people may not think about immediately. I know that for sure e-commerce is something that comes to top of mind. Well, you can sell online, right? But before you even get to a place of selling online, I think there are three things that, women who are now looking to build back, in particular, if you are in an industry that was significantly impacted, or you are reliant on logistics or other things like that to make your business work. One of those things is research. So technology can act as an enabler and as a means of self-empowerment, because you have access to worlds of information. So research, I think, is something that is not necessarily given enough credit when it comes to what you can actually access through technology. The second thing that I think is often overlooked in the space of technology enablement and empowerment is connection. If nothing else has happened in this pandemic, one of the things that we are all now craving is connection, whether it is because we were kept away from each other, or because it is that we were used to seeing persons, maybe sometimes virtually, but being able to have that touch, whether it's a shaking of the hand or a hugging. We lost that connection, not just to our family and friends, but to our community, our market, our customers, our potential clients. And so one of the things that technology allows us to do is to find a new way to create connection in the virtual world, and many methods of doing that. Be creative with it so that we're not just thinking about it in the same way. Like this, for example, is a way of creating that connection. And then the third way that I also think is often overlooked is skills. In particular, LinkedIn and Microsoft launched an initiative that was really about helping persons to upskill during the time of the pandemic, And it was free, a lot of free training, in particular around online skills, digital marketing skills, content creation skills. And I think that there is a lot more available to us as women to really create empowerment for ourselves and for the persons that we serve, whether in our personal lives or in our professional lives, through using technology in these three different ways. So I hope that was insightful enough for you, and I hope that you were able to get some information about what's happening in Jamaica.
Wow. Muito bom.
That was very good.
Desafios, né? Esses desafios mostram que a tecnologia foi uma
challenges in terms
forma
of technology, and this was a way of reintegrating women in technology, using technology to reintegrate themselves in the labor market. I would really like to thank you, Stacey Hines, for this opportunity. Also, Fiorella Heim and Maria José Comte for having participated in this panel and for placing the challenges of reintegration of women in the labor market. And we saw important points. One that led to the access of technology and automatically generated other opportunities, and also other initiatives from technology allowing new forms of work, spaces for work, and ways of making these female professionals go back to the market again, and the challenges presented by Stacey in the moment of the pandemic, during COVID-19 in Jamaica, and the technology as a tool to generate new possibilities, reintegration of females in the market using technology. So I'm very thankful for this moment of sharing and learning with you, because it's always something that I wanted to say, and I always say this, that the world is going to be dominated by women, and I make a point of supporting them completely and disclosing this further and advertising this, advertising opportunities and showing that the market is full of opportunities. Thank you very much for your participation. Obrigada, obrigada. Gracias. So to conclude, I would like to leave some important remarks. The objective is for the construction of environments that are more equal, and together with Win Impact, that works with strategic impacts for women, led by women. Jen is a consultant, and they launched the WEPs Prize in Brazil, and the next, on the 21st of May, they had the Principles of Empowerment of Women for Startups. And this workbook will definitely help women to apply technology and apply the principles of empowerment for women, bringing together specific principles for the challenges in startups. So this is the objective of WEPs. I'd like to thank WEPs for the opportunity of participating and being the facilitator here. I hope that next time I will do a better job, I will have more training, and I'll be able to develop our conversation even further with our guests. Thank you. Wow, it's great to hear innovative examples from women that are examples of overcoming barriers, and especially when the companies are committed to the cause. We are now going to have the end of the day. We're going to have a special guest.
Vamos conectá-la aqui conosco.
We're going to connect her with us. Good evening, Thais. It's a pleasure to have you here with you. And as you saw, we had a day full of enriching content. We would like to hear your final remarks about today. Over to you, Thais. Welcome. Thank you very much. I'm very happy to be here. I wanted to thank you for the invitation. It's an honor. And I was with you all day, and it's a pleasure to be here. So I'm going to introduce myself. I am Thais Farage. I have two children. One is 6 and one is 5 months old. I'm an entrepreneur, and I'm a fashion consultant. And I'm going to what a fashion consultant company does. So basically, it's a person who helps another better. So get looks, go to people's houses, go to the shopping malls and making purchases. And more than that, in my work, what I really do is have women learn to communicate about everything, have more confidence in their daily lives, and for them to be happy with the results. And I really believe that fashion is nonverbal communication. And I think I don't need to tell anyone how important it is for women to be able to be leaders in their discourse. And I think clothes help. Clothes are a discourse in themselves. They're a communication. So I started working, and I noticed that my work with women, and I wanted to get to higher positions, and one person at a time. I was never able to talk to many people at the same time, even in the company. So I created this agency 4 years ago, and I actually placed it as an obligation. I wanted a female company. So for me, it really made sense to have women in the company. And the first person that I hired was a fashion assistant. And I've always hired people thinking about diversity. So I'm not only a female company, I'm also a company that there are many ways of being women. So in 4 years, we were always a digital company, but because of the pandemic, we noticed that we were not able to survive in a pandemic, not 100% online. So even if we're very present on the internet, most of the services, they were offline. So, we were there with a customer. We had just invested on training, and we really needed to meet the customer to do the job. So then we thought about what we were going to do. And the path that we followed was to try not to use this format. We tried to use other formats, different ones. So we created something that was different from the standard. So we were thinking about opening up other platforms, and we wanted several phases to be fun. So we were talking about diversity, and we wanted to affect several areas of society. And in fact, we wanted to look at everything that we had. So that's basically what we did. And what happened, the challenge was, it was something cheap, and that's it. So something that people could learn. It was a course where they could learn, and that's something that we could, some clothes that we could redo or reform, and we sold 1,000 units in a single day, and that's a lot. It's a lot because we're talking about fashion, and it retracted quite a bit during the pandemic. And we did not retract because we have a very diverse team. We have many women, and this is what we did during the pandemic. So what we were able to do was a presentation, and we worked for things that we believed in. And then last year, we were volunteers. We invested in the City Hall of Porto Alegre. And we got there wanting to do things. So how did we contribute towards this? What could we actually take to the clothes that would be special, that would make them special? So we looked at the traditional codes about political fashion, so black, white, gray, and we got the best out of it. And we made something fun. And there was an important fact, which was, for example, the vice president. At this time, I was breastfeeding, and this is something that was very strong. It remained with us, this moment. So we decided that we wanted to work on this. And these events we worked on, we got the events that she worked in. We talked about applications, and we had a discourse, and we looked at different models, and this only proves to us how it's possible to stimulate things in a different manner, and it's something that we believe in. So the person needed different clothes. It's not only in the discourse that they need to make changes, it's in the way of dressing as well. And I think that the most important thing about the pandemic as a company, that it brought to us as a company, was the recognition that we grew a lot, 60%, so we doubled our number of customers, and this allowed us to not only make our company grow and become more diverse, but it also allowed us to contribute with several trainings for other women so that they would have money to pay for our course. And we worry about this diversity and also in the environment that we're in. And we have to understand that diversity is extremely important for me to believe and to perceive and live through this in the pandemic, that we have different women with different ideas the whole time. And I think that the most beautiful part of it, the true part of this image, is that we're not going to forget that it's not just a different pattern that makes a difference. It's not about that only. It's about other differences, is to recognize that people are after a story, and it's a true story. We dress somebody, and we have fashion consultants. So it's not the fact that you've lived in other countries and you speak 3 languages. No, we have to look at other things. And we have to believe in these different stories and different knowledge. And when we talk about the equity of companies, the equality of companies, we have to think about that. We have to open up space so that it's not only for white women or thin women. Fashion has to include everyone, has to include diversity in this path. And to close this day, diversity is not only an obligation. We can't see it as an obligation. It is a pleasure to work with so many different women. It's an honor to see the female world with different people and women who are mothers, those who are not mothers, and putting diversity in our marketing. We only talk about this when we think about hiring. We always have priorities. We always set the priorities for, the thin women, for mothers, and it's in our discourse, in our nonverbal discourse, like in the internet. All of our content, we're also building, for things for fat women, not only thin women. We don't need to talk about what we do all the time. And we believe that, we're just starting this, but I really think that diversity makes a difference. It makes a company stronger, more innovative, and that's what we see around the world. So my company is not that big, but I'm able to set priorities in hiring people and finding space for people to know about this and the value that they bring. And there are other larger companies that don't do this. So that's it. This is my invitation. I hope that we're going to be able to speak more and better about this change in paradigms and have a fairer world. So have a great day, everyone. It was my pleasure. It was great to be here with you. Let me ask you a question. One of your courses, which is reciclar armário, recycle your wardrobe through Telegram, right? Sorry, we didn't hear that. There's a Telegram channel, right? We have another course in Telegram. Just sharing a little bit of my story. I am a trans woman and I am married to another woman. And she follows you a lot. She admires you a lot. And during my change in gender, I had this challenge of expressing the woman that I am through my clothes. And it was very difficult, you know. And I was, my wife told me to follow you, and I did some courses, and I know on Instagram, and it's important to know how a woman can become empowered through the clothes. Thank you very much for your speech today. It was extremely inspiring. Thank you very much for sharing this movement with us. Thank you, I thank you, and I'm available if you want to talk. Great, I will love that. So we're coming to the end of our first day, and we would like to thank the speakers and the female and male speakers for this very productive day, these exchanges and inspirations. I would also like to thank everyone who dedicated their time and were with us on the first day of the WEPs Forum 2021. Before saying goodbye, I would like to invite those who did not participate in our survey about the event to access it through the QR code that is on the corner of our screen. It's really quick, but it's very important to know what you think about it. So thank you very much to everyone once again for this wonderful afternoon that we spent here. Please participate in the networking rooms that are available on our site to exchange experiences and to share more about the topics with the other participants in the event. The rooms are divided according to the WEPs. So just click on networking in the initial screen of the platform and you're going to be directed towards the rooms. Tomorrow, we're going to continue to share experiences and best practices to empower women and to achieve gender equality. We're going to start at 2 p.m. according to Brasilia time. So have a good night or a good afternoon for those who are following us in different time zones. And see you tomorrow.